Now scream queen with a million smiles. Catching all the love from around the world. Whoa. Hey Shelly, won't you shine your light? Shine your light in the darkest times. You make it bright, bright. Life's dreams, we're all by your side, by your side. Keep on doing what you do, girl. You're one of a kind, one of a kind. Shelly, Shelly, you're our last street star. Keep rocking your show, no matter where you are.
Hey, Shelly from the block. Jersey girl with a mouth that won't stop, no, no. Sassy, and I'm not afraid to show it. Gonna spill the tea, you better be ready for it. I speak my mind, no filter inside. Shelly's in the house, talking trash and truth. Trash and truth. No sugar coated blues. Never heat, then get out the way. Jersey girl with something to say. Shelly's in the house, time to break the rules. From coast to the city, I'm the queen of cool. You can handle the heat, then take the high. Shelly's in the house, drop the mic.
Hey, Shelly in the house tonight. Living it up, feeling so right. Yeah. New Jersey girl, she's got that style. Live stream queen with a million smiles. And she know the love from around the world. Hey Shelly, won't you shine your light? It's time to make it right. Live stream queens with a wayside.
Hey everybody, happy Tuesday. It is 12:03 p.m. on the East Coast. I am Shelly, your mouthy mama at Talking Trash and Truths, and this is Coffee and Chaos with T3. That's me. It is March 11th, 2025, and we are roaring through March like a steam train, like a steam engine. Is that the saying? I think so. Steamroller? I don't know. One of those. You get where I'm going with it. It's that kind of day. I hope everybody is doing well. Hope you had a wonderful weekend and the start of your week is off to a great beginning. Let's see who's out there. Where am I coming to you from? I'm coming to you from South Central Pennsylvania. It is a beautiful, beautiful sunny day. And it's about 50 degrees out right now and rising. But of course, the people in this house are all old as hell, so they have the heat on. And I'm literally sitting here in like a tank top because it's hot as could be in here. Literally like 80 degrees in every room. And then she wonders why she has to replace the heat, the fuel so often. Gee, I don't know. Maybe throw on a sweater and stop using the heat so much. But, that's just me. I don't know. It's free to put on a sweater or a hoodie. But it costs you money to buy fuel. Just a little cost efficiency, mother. Anyway, that's my little bitch of the day. I'm sure there's more to come. Let's see who's hanging out. We got Wolfram dropping links like it's hot. You got Heidi also dropping tons of useful information. Telling you don't be a jackass and be in top chat. Make sure you refresh and go to live chat. We got somebody new, Clockwork Rex, saying, "What's all this then?" I mean, we just hang out and have some chats, try to get to the root of some of our issues and come up with solutions to get rid of trauma, just to have a better life. That's what you come here for. A couple laughs, a couple cries, embrace the emotional side of yourself, and then once I log off, you could pretend it never happened. It helps. It really does. It's a nice little outlet. And we have Wolfram. Ah, there he is. Wipes his paws. He lopes in, and he howls. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Got everybody saying hi. Wolfram eating, burping. That's my boy. You get that belly full. Shenny Graham, haven't stood up yet, but I'm here. Well, I've heard that one before. Welcome, honey. It's almost time for your shower. Remember, be gentle. Uh, and we got Vice Baby. Hi, Miss Shelley and everyone. Hope you had a great weekend and seasonal allergies suck. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Every time I go to chew something, my ears go pop, 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 pop. I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, this is where my allergies are going to strike this year in my ears. I can't take it. I'm very sensitive when it comes to teeth and ears. You could literally punch me in the face and I'll be like, really? But my ears, good God, they turn me into the biggest baby and my teeth. And it's like the connection between the stuffiness in my one ear and that side of my mouth, they're kind of like feeding each other. Oh, good God. But it is what it is. It is what it is. Can't tell my mother that though, because then of course, if I say my ear hurts, both her ears hurt, and she's got a throat, infection or whatever, because she constantly got to, be sicker than me. It's like you do know that this is not a contest you want to win, right? Still not like I don't get it. Instead of saying, "Oh, you feel bad? Do you need something or what?" No, it's immediately, "Oh, I'm worse than you are." Fungal bitch. All right, I can't. I can't. Like, okay, so let me just take all the things that are wrong with me and put them on a shelf because yours are worse. You're 82. I'm 50. I shouldn't be having these problems. You're 82. The fact that this is all the problems you have pisses me off a little bit. A little bit. A little bit. She had a eye appointment yesterday to go to a eye doctor to have a consultation about getting cataract surgery. I was like, all right, this is the third try to do this because she wimped out the first time. The second time, she found a reason to have a problem with the doctor's office. And this time she has to because she can't see shit. She can't see anything. She wants to be able to go out on her little scooter, in the nice weather, and she can't see anything. She's running into trees, running off roads, So she needs cataract surgery. She's not going to get her driver's license in Pennsylvania without the cataract surgery. So she went yesterday and it was fine. But the 3 or 4 days leading up to that, she drove me absolutely insane. Because if, Marianne's upset, everybody's got to be in a fucking mood. So it's like, okay. But she won't take it out on her husband. She don't take it out on my kids. She takes it out on me. I'm the safe one. She can come to me and just bitch at me and everything is wrong with me and you do this and you didn't do that. And then just yelling at me for like the last like 4 days. So of course I didn't sleep much. Like I slept, well, that's not true. I slept a lot over a long period of time, but there were little teeny tiny bursts of sleep. So like I felt not rested at all. And yesterday she went to the doctor, and when she came back, I was finally able to fall asleep. I didn't fall asleep till like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And she comes in, oh, that was easy. Da, da, da. So you put me through hell for 4 fucking days, and now everything's hunky dory. Go scratch with a broken glass, lady. All right. Like that was my grandmother saying, "Go scratch your ass with a broken glass." She loves saying that to people. I don't know why. She was such a sweet little Italian grandmother. Very, very Catholic, so religious. If I said hell, I got like 2 swollen lips because she just punched me right in the mouth. But, well, not punch me. She would backhand me with the wedding ring every time with that damn wedding ring. I don't know how I have front teeth left. But she was so sweet. And then all of a sudden she would come out with like a line and you'd be like, where the hell that come from? Because she just, oh, she didn't like being messed with. She, everything was, mm-hmm. All the nonverbals, all the the little But when she said something, and that's where I get it from. I sit there and go, uh-huh, oh, you don't say. And then once you get me to that point, I'm like, all right, have a seat, because I got some shit to say. And that's what I hate with it. You're like, oh my God, I didn't know you felt this way the whole time. Well, you didn't really give me a whole lot of room to have an opinion. So I just figured it was better to keep the shit to myself. But yeah, no. So now she's fine. And everybody's supposed to be all, hey, da, 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 da. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here like, I want to kick you out of your chair. I really do. Like, I just, you don't sit out here by me. No, because you aggravate me. Why would I want to sit next to somebody who does nothing but tell me the same 3 stories over and over and over? And I could tell her, you already told me this. No, I didn't. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Like, you already told me, Ma. Oh, well, I'm just going to tell you again. But why? I already have the information. Now you're just wasting my time. You're so hard to please, Michelle. It's like, oh, I'm the difficult one. Okay. Like, whatever. If you ever want a master class in gaslighting, have a conversation with my mother. She's so good at it. So good at it. She throws me under the bus for every fucking thing, to the point where even her husband's like, why are you always blaming your daughter for everything? Like, literally, it's like she wasn't even here. The other day, she was yelling at me nonstop for 2 hours. Yelling. And then her husband walked in the door because he escaped to the chickens, like you do. And he came upstairs and he walked in the door, and immediately Angel Marianne appeared, and she was no longer spitting venom, and everything was, oh, hon. And I'm sitting there looking at her like, bitch, I hadn't said not one word. Not one word. My daughter was sitting there the whole time. And he walks in and she says something to me. And she was like, you need to stop because you've been yelling at me all morning. I said, I haven't said a motherfucking word. Well, I said it just like that. I was like, not one motherfucking word. Who are you talking to? And she was like, you've been yelling at me. I said, I literally have not said one word all morning. You've been screaming at me for 2 hours. No, I haven't. You always make me out to be the demon. My daughter was like, yeah, you have. You're going to turn on me too. She was like, I'm not going to lie for you. Like, I said, oh, she drives me crazy, y'all. She drives me crazy. Heidi said it is 56 with the high of 62 today. It's supposed to get up to 72 this week. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to it. Not at all. Because they're not going to turn the heat off. I don't understand why they have the heat on. They have the doors open. They have the windows open. Turn the fucking heat off. Turn it off. I don't get it. I don't understand. Why are you heating the air that's literally going outside? Do you want to raise the temperature outside? Like, what's all I hear is my grandmother going, close the doors, you're letting all the bought air out. Like, okay. What do you want to heat the neighborhood, Michelle? Okay. Grandma is where I get all my little sayings. If I came in and I didn't close the door behind me, what, were you born in a barn? Close the door. Okay. If I walked in front of the TV and I took too long, could you move? Your father wasn't a glass maker. It's like, thanks. Okay, sure. No problem. Can you walk lighter? It's like a herd of elephants in here. Meanwhile, you never hear me walking, ever. Ever. I like staying out late and coming home in the early morning hours. I knew how to sneak around. Like, when I'm walking, you will never hear me. I will sneak up on you every single time. Snipperoonie. Howdy, hi there, T3. Hi, Snipperoonie. How are you? Hope you're enjoying your day. Clockwork Rick said, if I stand up too quick, I get dizzy. If I stand up at all, I get dizzy. It's funny. I stand up and go, nope, not yet. Like, nope. It's always the first try, second try. Second try, I'm usually good. But the first try is like, oh, look at that. I got all kinds of blood pressure in here. Like, oof. Especially if I'm sitting and I have a cigarette, then I really get lightheaded. Oh, dear God. In your MERS. Hey, y'all. In you, out you, all around you. How you doing, baby? On the phone, we'll be half in chat. Awesome sauce. Glad to have you here, Inya. Always glad to have you here. Heidi throwing out those links. Suzanne, good morning to my favorite Canucky. How you doing? How you doing, Suzanne? I hope you're doing well and you're having some good weather. I know you enjoy it when there's no rain, no snow, no cold. Just nice weather. You get a lot of stuff done. Everybody's saying hi. Snipperoni said you're actually 50 years, 11 months, and 11 days. Thank you. Thank you for being so meticulous about adding on to my age. Luckily, I don't look 50. I've never looked my age. I always looked younger. Whereas my mother always looked about 20 years older. She got my grandfather's skin. She got that olive color skin, but it's like super porous. I had something stuck in my eye and it's driving me crazy. It's an eyelash. Don't go getting all weird. But it hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Oh, no. No, eyelash. Don't go underneath the contact because then I'm screwed. All right. Let's see. Maybe I could just ignore it. Yeah, no, she's got my grandfather's skin. Oh my goodness. Like I look at her and she's like, I don't look a thing like my father. You look exactly like him. Right down to the vein broken rum dum nose. If any out there are too young to know what a rum dum nose is, it's like a nose with a big bulbous end that turns really red and you see all the little spider veins. That's what my mother has. She looks like Rudolph the Red-Nosed fucking reindeer all year long. But that she got from my grandfather. I didn't get that. I got a tiny, teeny tiny nose. Everybody in my family has the guinea nose. You know what I'm talking about. Is that long, like bony with the bump in the middle nose that, by the time you hit about 40, it starts to droop and then you get like the witch's nose. And they all have that. I don't have that. I don't have that at all. I got my great grandmother's nose. Helped along by my mother, who, when I was little, used to push the end of my nose up all the time. She would push it up so that it would have that little line right on top, but it was always turned up. So I always had like a little turned up button nose. And it's still like that. And she loves to say, your nose doesn't droop because of me. No, my nose doesn't droop because of genetics. I happen to get the good one. I got the good skin, the good hair, the good nose. Sorry. Like, I don't know what to tell you. You lost on your bingo card. Because she got the bad hair, she got the bad skin, and she got the big schnoz. It's not as angular as my uncle's, but he also had his nose broken like 3 or 4 times. He's the one who taught me how to reset my own nose. He was like, what are you going to go to the doctor for? He just grabbed my nose. I was like, oh. First of all, you're not prepared for that kind of pain in your face when somebody resets your nose. You're also not prepared for the gush of blood that comes running out. And it's just like, oh, okay. It bled more when he fixed it than when it got broken. But like, I have a deviated septum, but you can't tell. I don't have that bump. But like my uncle, he's got the bad bump in the middle. I bring him up only because of the noses and the fact that I got a picture today. My uncle is my mother's brother, and he's a dick. He's literally like mean as a snake. He's the meanest person I've ever met in my life, and I'm terrified of him. And I'm not afraid of anybody, but I am terrified of my uncle. The phone rings and it says Uncle Tom, and I go into instant panic mode. Like my heart starts beating really fast. I can't breathe. I start to sweat because he's just got me so trained to look for, oh, he's going to attack because he does it for no reason. It's totally unprovoked. All I have to say is hi. What do you mean by that? You useless. It's like, okay. Like I just kind of back up and go, all right, just go bite somebody else. But he has 2 daughters. He has my cousin Jennifer, who I've always been very, very close to. She's 15 years younger than me. And I have my cousin Jessica, who is 18 years younger than me. Jessica and I We get along. I mean, I love my cousin and everything, but we're not close like I was with Jennifer. Um, Jennifer was the first one that came along. She was the baby. Everybody thought I was going to be so jealous, and all I wanted to do was like buy a million things for his baby and just be with her all the time. I gave up every summer to be with her. I made as many trips down the shore as I could. I begged my aunt to bring her up here so I could like take her out, take her to the park, whatever. So I spoiled this child, and I love my cousins. I do. I love my cousins. They're great girls. Very, very different. So different. One joined the Navy the day after she graduated high school. That would be Jessica. The other one joined a band and went on a global tour and decided to be like all hippy dippy beatnik, whatever the fuck you want to call it, with the music. And that would be Jennifer. Jennifer never got married or had kids. She has her dogs. She has whatever boyfriend she has at the moment. And she lives on her father's property. Okay. Jessica joined the Navy, went to Afghanistan. She finished her tours. She went to nursing school, became a nurse, got married, moved to Maryland. Now she had a baby. So they're very, very different girls. Jessica is very blonde hair, blue eyes, uh, very, very girly. And yet she's the tougher one. Jennifer is, brown hair, brown eyes, very like gruff, and yet she's more like me than Jessica. She's very soft on the inside. She just doesn't like to show it. So she's got a chip on her shoulder, an attitude problem that I love. And Jessica's very like love and light and everything else. Um, they're so different, so very different. Anyway, so my uncle sends my mother pictures of the baby. Mind you, this is a baby that we have been waiting for. She was like almost 10 months pregnant when she finally gave birth. And she named it after a Mortal Kombat character and her mother, who passed away, my Aunt Holly. And the funny part was, I guessed that she was going to name this kid this. And I don't know why I knew it, but I knew what this baby's name was before anybody gave me even an inkling, because it took her like a week to name this kid. And I was like, oh God, why do I keep thinking she's going to name this baby Mylena? Why does that keep jumping in my head? Sure enough, she named her Mylena. I said, I know she's going to name her after Aunt Holly. I said, it's probably going to be a middle name. So that's what she named her, Mylena Holly. Okay, whatever. Do whatever you want. I named my son after, a whole bunch of different things, like a vampire baby from Angel, and John Connor from Terminator, the Connors from Roseanne, Connor McLeod of the Clan McLeod from Highlander. Like, I had all these reasons for picking Connor, not knowing that every time my mother said his name, she would say Connor instead of Connor, because there's an R in it, but whatever. My whole point is, they sent these pictures. Okay. There's a picture of the baby on a blanket with the name embroidered. So I was like, all right, that's cute. And then there's this picture of the dad, who I've never met and never seen, apparently, holding the baby. And he's like kind of off to the side of the picture. And I go to my mother, why is Nick Ricada holding my little cousin? I swear to God, I had to blow that picture up and like look at the face. It looks just like Nick. I was like, holy shit. So she goes, yeah, I don't know. I don't remember his name. I was like, you don't know his name? What's the last name? She was like, it's something with an S. It's helpful. Thank you. Something with an S. Gee, yeah, that narrowed it down. You want to vague it up a little bit more for me, Ma? So she doesn't know his first name. She thinks his last name starts with an S, knowing my mother probably ends in an S, or there's no S at all, and it starts with like an H. And she's like, oh, yeah, that's what I said. No. But I was staring at that, and I was like, oh my God, he looks so much like Nick. She said, oh, he's nothing like Jennifer's boyfriends. I said, why? He talks. He's really sociable. I was like, you don't know his name, first or last, but you know that he's sociable. Oh, yeah, your uncle told me. I said, oh, well, that's all that matters, since he got my uncle's stamp of approval. It's like, whatever. But I thought it was so funny because I legit was like, "Give me that phone." I blew the picture up. I was like, "Oh no, that's not Nick." But goddamn, it looked just like him. I was a little afraid. Little afraid. I was like, "Wait a minute." I was like, I mean, I love me some, yeah, Nick, but not as the father of my littlest cousin. Like, no, no. The baby's so cute though. She's got the blonde hair from the mother. She's got blue eyes, bright blue eyes, which will likely stay that way because both parents have it. And the fat rolls, y'all. Fat rolls. Oh, is there anything better than a little fat baby? Oh my god, she's got the little chins and she's got the little arm rolls and then the fat rolls on her thighs, and I just want to nom, nom, nom. I love babies. Oh, I love babies. I was looking at the picture. My mother was like, "What's the matter?" I said, "I can smell baby." And she was like, "Don't it hurt?" I was like, "It hurt. Like my uterus hurts." It's like, "Ah." I was like, "I want babies." I don't have the energy for babies, but I want babies. She's so cute though. Just the fat rolls kill me. 'Cause she's only not even 2 months old yet. And she got so big. She got so big. Anyway, there was one squirrel. Here we go. Clockwork said I sleep for 2 to 3 hours at a time now. Yeah, that's a problem. Cause it's not restful. It's not restful at all. I sleep for 2 hours and I'm like, it'd be great if I can get up, go to the bathroom, go back to bed, and fall back to sleep. But no, my body's like, oh, 2 to 3 hours, we're awake now. No, bitch, we're not awake. We did not sleep 8 hours. We didn't even sleep 6 hours. Could I get four? I'll settle for four. It's pretty bad when you bargain with your own brain to please shut up and go to sleep. Please shut up. Don't make me take a sleeping pill because then I'm going to oversleep and I'm going to wake up tired. Please go to sleep. And you try to like empty your mind. And of course, as soon as you empty your mind, then go, all right, I'm not going to think about anything because I want to go to sleep. You literally think about everything. Suddenly, things that have not bothered you in 20 years are stuck in your craw and will not leave. Or let's play the greatest hits of my biggest fuck ups. Sure, because there's, you know, there's no detriment to doing that. That's not going to affect my state of mind at all. And then I can't sleep. But for her, I stayed up because she was so anxious. And when she feels something, I feel it. And she was literally vibrating with like nervous, scared energy. And I told her, I said, you realize you're just going to a consultation. That's all it is. Don't you try to make it like I'm crazy. I didn't say nothing about you being crazy. You're a wimp, is what you are. But I didn't say you were crazy. I already knew that. What I'm saying is all you're doing is going to a doctor's office. You're going to give a whole bunch of information. He's going to put some drops in your eyes, look at them, and tell you what, he thinks you should do, and you're going to come home. I hate that. You don't understand. I don't understand. Really? I don't understand. For like 5 months, I literally had a doctor's appointment with testing every other day for the whole like 5 months. But I don't understand. And not for nothing, I didn't have a husband to sit there and drive me here, drive me there, hold my hand, tell me everything's going to be all right, wait on me hand and foot, kiss my ass like it's his fucking job. I didn't have none of that. I did everything on my own because she didn't help. Oh, I have a doctor's appointment today. We all have our problems, Michelle. That's what I get told. I wasn't complaining about it. I was just saying, I have a doctor's appointment today. We all have our problems, Michelle. Okay. Like, then people wonder why I'm so aggressive in other areas of my life. Because where it counts, at home, I don't have a voice. I got nothing. I have my cell where I sit in isolation. Because if I go out there, I got to handle all the bullshit. It's like going out to the yard at jail. Like, I don't know what she's going to shank me with next. Like, there's no physical weapon. It's the verbal shanks that I'm like, oh, and she just leaves me like bleeding to death. But yeah, I went from being in an entire apartment where I could at least do what the fuck I wanted to living in a room where I have to answer for every single action, every step, every penny, everything. And I haven't had to live under somebody else's thumb for shit 20 years. And now I have to answer to her. And she wonders why I I hate this life. Yesterday she was bitching and moaning about something after she woke up. And I was like, you just like to be miserable. Like you avidly avoid being happy. There's no reason why you shouldn't be like walking on cloud 9 every goddamn day. But instead it's just misery. And everybody around you has to be miserable in order for you to be happy. I don't understand that. I don't wake up like that. I wake up same way my son wakes up, which is weird. We wake up singing. I get up and like I'm in a very good mood. And then I go out there and it's like, yeah, no, you're not allowed to have that. Oh, okay. Like it makes every day a lot harder. And it makes the things like coming on here and being all, hey, what's up? It makes that harder too. Because then I feel like I'm forcing it. I sat here for 10 minutes before the stream started, just crying. She wears you down. That was kind of what this whole stream was supposed to be about. When people wear you down or when you wear yourself down, it's so hard to crawl out of that hole every day and put a smile on your face and be there for other people and not sink into this black hole of apathy because you can't take it. So you just turn everything off. And I try so hard not to do that. Because, y'all, I could live the rest of my life and believe it or not, I could not speak a word. I'll just shut down. I'll withdraw and I'll just stay by myself until I'm just mummified. But that's what she makes me feel like doing. I would rather be a mummy than be around this woman. And yet, I still chase that approval. I chase a kind word. Just one. I haven't got one yet. Everything's an insult. From my hair to my drawings to my cooking to my voice. I can't believe people actually tune in to listen to you with that voice. Coming from a woman who sounds like this all the time. Like, really? You don't see the difference between your voice? We have the same voice. No, the fuck we don't. No, we fucking don't. She goes, well, you're not funny. You think I'm not funny. Everybody else seems to think I'm funny. My son was like, no, mom's like legit funny. Like, not even just that she's goofy. He was like, she's fucking funny. It's like she comes up with some shit. And she doesn't think I'm funny at all. Everything I say is, you're horrible. You're this. You're that. And it's like the next time she goes, I want to punch her right in the throat. I really do. I can't take it. She's making me crazy. I thought it was getting better, but apparently it's not. Suzanne said, Rex, that's rough. That's how I sleep. It catches up with you later in life. He said, I know. It already has. I'm 52. There you go. Heidi, how far behind is Jersey Girl? I'm 20 minutes behind. I wasn't bad until I started talking. Rex said last month it was minus 15 degrees Fahrenheit here. Now it's almost 60. Yep, that's how it was here. A week ago, it was -5. And I was like, oh my God, I had snow yesterday. It snowed yesterday morning. Like, it always snows here. And I guarantee, like, this will go away tonight. For some reason, it'll fucking snow. Like, whatever. It's a good thing I like snow. Heidi said, no bueno at clockwork, Rex. Lack of sleep and good nutrition will do that. Lack of sleep and good nutrition? will do what? I mean, at least he's, motivated. He's here. Vice, baby. Always look older. I always look older. Do you? I don't think so. Well, no. I wouldn't say you look older. You definitely look more grown. Like you look more mature. Might be the facial hair. I don't know. I used to when my ex-husband used to shave, I used to look at him and go, God, you just like you shaved off like 15 years off your face. I'd be like, yeah, I should do this all the time. Yeah, you should. Yeah, yeah, but he didn't. He walked around looking like, Wolfman Jack half the time, but like in patches because he couldn't grow a full beard. So he used to have patches of hair on his face that would get real like puffy. I'd be like, can you shave? Why? One, I don't like it. Two, it hurts my face. I don't I'm not a fan of stubble. I'm just not. Like I have very sensitive skin. So if you're going to be rubbing up against my face like and you have bristles on yours, no, that's bad. That's bad. That mm-mm. Trust me, you want to be mostly clean shaven or at least have like the softer facial hair. But it's those first like 4 or 5 days when it's just it's so bad. You guys just don't understand how much it hurts when we like rub up against you or we kiss you or whatever and that just it's so abrasive. It's more abrasive than my personality. I'll put it that way. Clockwork Grit said always date crazy too. Nice. Well, I mean dating crazy and marrying crazy. You, you'd probably be bored otherwise. You probably would. I mean, there's a reason that the men always go for crazy. First of all, you ain't going to find a woman who's not crazy. I don't care what she tells you. She could be the best woman you ever met in your life. She could check all your boxes and oh my God, this bitch is perfect. No, she just got really, really good at burying it. Give her 2 years of marriage, about the first like big thing that comes up in your marriage where you're wrong and she's right and then you'll see the crazy come out. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. The first emotional crisis and you're just going to watch her ass just fall to pieces because now you're married and she can let it out. Those are the ones that scare me. I don't trust quiet people. Eddie Murphy was absolutely 100% right. Girls that don't talk are hiding shit because they're afraid every time they open their mouth, one of those, bones from the skeletons in their closet go right out. Wait, there we go. Pop right out. It's true. At least if you're dealing with crazy up front, you know what you got. And you can work with that. You can work with that. Look at poor Winnie. Look at what he took on. I was so much worse when I met him. Like now I'm positively mentally healthy. If it wasn't for this bitch, I'd be fine. But yeah, he worked through it. Shit, it was worth it. Well, I'm sure he thinks that because if he doesn't, I'll just cry. Uh, Suzanne said, T3, I'm feeling great health wise. Breathing is great. Oh, that's awesome. No chest pain. Oh, no, any pain. I'm so happy for you, Suzanne. Oh, that makes me so happy. Oh, so I'm going to stand today and walk around the house a bit until I get strength back in my legs. That is awesome. Oh, I'm so happy for you. I really am. I wish you nothing but strength and tons of laughter. You need to laugh more. It's good for the soul. But I'm very happy for you and I'm very proud of you for always pushing through. Um, Heidi, it's the leg strength I need now. Then I'll be great. You can work on that laying in the bed. Like if you get one of those stretchy bands, just throw it over like like put it underneath the soles of your feet, one in each hand, like one side in each hand, and then just they're resistance bands. They don't cost anything. You could probably just use any kind of elastic, but the stretchy bands come in different tensiles so that you have tensile strength. So you have different resistance. They're easy to store, they're cheap. You could do them in the bed and they help you a lot. I have them and they did a lot for me getting strength back in my thigh muscles, especially because being on, off my feet for so long, I lost a lot of muscle strength. And they're doing the job. I do it maybe 5 minutes twice a day. And I do it before I get out of bed because that's when my body is like really super stiff and it helps to, get the strength back and to like loosen the joints up a little bit. So just something to look into, maybe think about. 5 minutes twice a day, like when you get out of bed and when you're going to bed. That's it. T3, I don't get those panic attacks from family calling anymore. It's just me and my kids now. All the adults left this world. I hate to say lucky, but I envy you. Now I'm the caller that makes folks jump. Yeah, I don't call nobody to give them a hard time ever. Like I don't answer my phone. It could literally say Jesus is calling, and I'd be like, "You couldn't text me?" Like, mm-mm. There's only literally one person I answer the phone for that's not my kids. Like that's it. I answer for Connor. Well, all right. I don't answer the phone for Katie because she's here, and why can't she just yell it to me? But I answer the phone for Connor, and I answer the phone for Winning. That's it. Anybody else, I'm like, nope, nope. And believe me, like Zoom calls, and I don't even have the ringer on my phone anymore. It's turned off. The vibration is turned off because I don't have the energy to talk to anybody. I come up here and mama's like, "You talk to those people for so long." Yeah, she's like, "What could you possibly have to say that they want to hear?" Well, I bitch about you a lot. She was like, "I'm sure you do." I'm like, "Yes, I do." You can tune in whenever you want if you want to know what I honestly feel about you. No, I don't want to know. No, of course you don't. That would make sense. Doo-doo-doo. Hey, Cat Ninja, how you doing, honey? Hope you're doing well. Haven't seen you in a bit. Hope the winter treated you well. Maybe you were hibernating. I believe me, I fully support that. Did I tell y'all we have a new baby bear walking around the neighborhood, which means mama is not far. Um yeah, one of the guys saw a baby bear and then like he was in a restaurant. My mother was in there and of course she started talking to him because that's what she does. And he said there's a new baby bear. It's brand new. It's super tiny. So it must have like just like been born. And he was like, whatever you do, just don't go near it. Because it appeared in his yard. He was in his yard with his kid. And all of a sudden his daughter just stopped talking, stopped moving. And he turned around. He was like, what is the matter with you? And he said with her face, like she pointed with her chin because she didn't want to move. And when he looked, he saw the little baby bear. He picked his daughter up and ran back in the house because he was like, wherever that baby is, mama is right there waiting. Like, she's right there and she's hungry. So it's like, wow, okay. Sorry. So a couple days later, we actually saw the baby, but I couldn't say it wasn't near the road or anything. It was all the way back across the street from us in the clearing. Like, there's a whole bunch of trees and then there's a clearing. And a lot of the animals like to congregate in that clearing. So I get to see them all the time. But this winter's been kind of like thin on the ground because it's been super cold and a lot of snow, so it's hard for them to like maneuver in there. But once all the snow was gone, it was like, oh, all right, look, animals. And I saw the baby bear, and it is tiny, but the trees behind it were moving and there was no wind. And I was like, yeah, there's mama. I ain't going outside. Nope. I closed the door. I made sure the cats were like, I was like, one, two. All right, all accounted for. How many children do I have? One, two. Okay. The adults, I don't care. They're on their own. They carry around bear mace. And I'm like, oh, that's nice. It's not gonna do much, but okay. Like, I don't care how much bear mace you got on you. If you're near a mama bear's cub, good luck with that. I hope you can outrun her. But I thought it was funny. So yeah, so we got brand new baby cub. It's only one though. I haven't seen any others. I've seen a couple baby deer. Um, but I think they were born maybe like last summer. They're just not very big yet. But yeah, it's so nice to be able to look out my window and see all sorts of nature. And I don't even have to like keep a watch out. I just have to listen for the cats because as soon as you hear that from my cats, it's like, oh look, they're chittering. There's got to be something outside the window. They do that chitter chatter when they get super excited. I love that. I live for that thing. Hey Suzanne, sending you strength. Absolutely, absolutely. Well, you're always in my prayers, Suzanne. Always. Clockwork Rex, Duncan McLeod. Shit, my spelling sucks. I do love Duncan, but I named my son after Connor McLeod of the Clan McLeod. Because I like in Endgame when he goes into the store and you have Rachel there, and Rachel's like, Connor, are you here? And it sounded so pretty. And I went from having Connor to Connor. And she, I didn't plan for that. I heard it one way, she says it another. So I was like, Snipperoonie said Nick might get around. I mean, I legit was terrified that was like, no, get away from get away from my cousin. I even asked my mother, I said, wait, Jess lives in Virginia or Maryland? She was like, yes. I was like, she's like, I don't remember which one. I was like, okay. I was like, but not Minnesota. She was like, no. I was like, okay, just making sure, making sure. Vicey. Hey, my dad named me Connor after Highlander. At least that's what he told me. Oh, I'm sure he did. I'm sure he did. That's funny. I knew your name was Connor, but and I forgot. Really, I'm terrible with names. All right, but I knew that you had my son's name, and you spelled it exactly the same too. Choo, 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 choo. Yeah, you got a stream. I just subbed to. There you go. 420. Yeah, 420. I could go for some of that right now. I only do that at night now. Snipperoonie. Oh my God, women and babies. Listen, my entire uterus clenched as soon as I saw that baby. And it was just a picture. Like if there's a baby in front of me, I'm like, gimme, 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 gimme. Just gimme, just I don't even care if I know you. Just hand over the baby. I need a fix. Like it's like, sniff, sniff, pass. Like, that's when you should sniff babies. You don't sniff them beyond babyhood. You just sniff them and you get that, like, that rush of endorphins and you give it back and go, okay. Because the minute they start crying, you remember why. Maybe you don't want babies again. Like, maybe not. Yeah, I don't know what I would do. Like, both of my kids are now adults. Like the train has left the tunnel. Like wow, like oh my god, both my kids are adults. Holy shit. Fuck, I feel old. God damn it. Luckily, they're good kids, I guess. They're not kids though. Like I say, oh my kids, but they're 18 and 29. Katie's gonna be fucking 30 in June. 30. I have a 30-year-old child. That doesn't seem possible. It doesn't seem possible. No, good, and God hates me. He really does. God hates me. Oh, why do you make me do these mad things in my head, God? Because I'm sitting here going, oh shit. Oh well, she's gonna be 30. It's not the same 30 that I lived. She didn't pack as much life into those 30 years as I did. I made every second count. That's why I have stories for days and days and days. And yes, Katie, she's got 3. Like same thing. She's like, "Oh yeah, I remember that never happened, Kate." Yes, it did. No, it didn't. How do you know? I was there. You were little. I was there. That is not what happened. Well, then tell me what happened then. And then I'll tell her the story. And she goes, oh, yeah, that makes more sense. Really? Like, you really have no memory. She's got no, her memory is shot. That's one of the problems with her condition. She has no memories. And so it's just like basic things. There'll be like little pockets of memories that I guess were super, super important to her that she never forgot. But for the most part, she's like, I don't remember that. I never met them. Yes, you did. No, I didn't. Yes, you did. No, I didn't. Yes, you did several times. You want pictures? I got pictures of you with that person to prove you wrong, bitch. And she's like, really? Yes. I don't remember it. No. Shock. You don't remember. And yet that's what keeps Katie happy. Katie is happy all the time. Why? Because she doesn't remember bad stuff. She really doesn't. She doesn't remember times where we struggled, times where, like we had to go without because we just couldn't make it that month, for whatever extras they wanted. She doesn't remember any of that. She doesn't remember my marriage. She doesn't remember what a dick her stepfather was. Um, and that's fine. I don't mind her having like just nothing but good memories, but it makes it really hard for me to protect her because she doesn't have that distrust of people. She trusts everybody because she thinks everybody's inherently good. And I'm like, whose child are you? Like, I see the good in people, but I also know that people could be absolute, monsters. She doesn't see that. She doesn't see that at all. She thinks everybody is wonderful. Everybody's got your best interest at heart. Katie is the child that even at 30 years old will get in the white van without it even saying we have puppies and free candy on the side. Like she'll just get in and be like, you want to, go for a drive? Sure. I never met you, but sure, I'll get in. Like that's Katie. That's very hard to protect. Like I'm super, super vigilant when it comes to her because she talks to everybody. She sits on the porch and just waves everyone, waves them over so she can have conversations. I'm like, stop bringing people to the house. She's like, why? They're neighbors. I don't care. I don't want to know my neighbors. I don't want my neighbors to know me. Like, mind your business. No, but we could be friends with everybody. She's my kumbaya. I should have named her kumbaya. I really should have. Because she's so the polar opposite of me. People like go toward the house and she gets excited. And I'm just like somebody, where's the shotgun? Lock the doors, turn the lights off, hit the floor. Like just nobody say a word. Maybe they'll think we're not here and they'll go away. Like I love when people leave. And she likes when people come and stay for like the week. She invites my brothers all the time. Come visit us for the weekend. Stay for like a week or two. You can have my room. I'll sleep on the couch. No, bitch. No, stop it. I don't like guests. I don't like it at all. She's like, everybody come over. No, 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 no. It's very difficult trying to get around Katie because she would love it if everybody came over. That's why nobody texts me or my mother's husband or Connor because none of us answer. Katie answers every text. And she does not hold back. She tells you everything. And I'm like, can you stop telling my business to the world? Just for once. She's like, you do it on your show. I choose what I share about my life. I don't need my sisters to know what I'm up to. I don't speak to them for a fucking reason. Like, there's a reason I don't hang out with them. Oh, but they're family. That don't mean shit. It don't mean nothing. She don't get it. No self-preservation in that child at all. Wolfram said, squirrel, you're in another dimension. One of sight and sound and mind. The signpost up ahead reads, this way back to the stream. I don't read that language. Hi, Lass. How are you? Happy Tuesday. Taco Tuesday. I hope we have tacos today. I doubt it. Should probably make some nasty goulashy thing. My mother can't cook. She keeps trying, though. So points for that. They creep up on you like that. The years do creep up on me bad. I don't know. I turned around all of a sudden. I was like, oh my God, who made me an adult? Like, that was not a good decision at all. At all. at Talking Church. Can we talk about this? What do you want to talk about? Talk about whatever you want. Pack up the kiddos, move to Canada. T3, we got room for you. Cheap housing, good living. I wish I could. I literally have no money left. Vice, baby. We always here for you, Miss Shelley. Much love and hugs to you. Thank you, sweetie. Gutter! And that goes vice versa. Vice. See what I did there? Um, I do try to be here for all you guys. That's why when you DM me, I actually answer. Good as pub. Good and beautiful beans. Good M, my love. How are you? I hope you're doing well. It's Tuesday, so Gutter should be doing her show tonight. So make sure you stop in there, give her a like, and partake in her chat and see what's going on there. See, I'm there every time, Gutter. You just don't know it because I'm also in winnings and I'm busy talking in his and everything else. So I can't talk in two chats at once. I can't do it. I cannot multitask. So I talk in his but I'm always there. I hear what you guys are saying and I enjoy your panels. They're fun. They're fun. But yeah, don't doubt that I'm always there. Last time I spoke to my mom, I told her I had changed the way I was eating. She asked if I had any side effects. I told her I'm down 14 pounds. Her response was, "Oh, well, I lost 20 pounds and I wasn't even trying." Oh, what a bitch. I was just, you're like, wow, you just love taking the wind out of my sails. Thanks, Ma. Thanks. You feel my pain. Man, I felt that. I did. I felt that last when you said that. I was like, oh, that's so typical. That's so typical. Oh, they have no idea how destructive that is. Like, especially because it's your mom. If somebody else, if some petty bitch out there said it, I'd just whatever. I'd come back with some nasty reply, make her feel like shit, and be like, all right, take that, put that in your pipe and smoke it. But it's my mother. So you want your mother to, you know, enjoy the celebration with you. It's an achievement. You want them to empathize a little bit, like, hey, you know how hard it is to like stick to a diet and change your way of doing this and whatever. And then they turn around and they're just like, oh, I can't. I'm sorry, honey. I'm so proud of you though. I'm so proud of you for losing 14 pounds and for getting healthier. I'm sure you're feeling the energy rising and everything else. So don't you let her deter you at all. Your achievements are your achievements. And you put a lot into everything you do. You're a fantastic mother. From what you tell me, you're a great wife. I'm going to need his input on that one, but no. I'm sure you are because you're a wonderful, wonderful person. You have such a good heart. So, you know what? You're happy. You got good kids. You raised 2 sets of twins, which is a fucking huge achievement in itself. Even though I know your second set's only 5, but still, 2 sets of twins. Like you got through twin diapers twice. That coming from somebody who knows how many diapers one baby puts out, girl, you got strength of the gods. Like, don't ever let anybody tell you different. So don't let her shit on your parade. Like, oh, I lost 20 pounds. I wasn't even trying. Lies. And the only reason she says it because she's jealous of your success. Remember that. That's what the one-upmanship is all about. Half the shit they say isn't true. It's just, I don't want you to have the attention. I need the attention. I need to aggrandize myself. It's like, whatever. So they just make shit up. Just ignore it. I'm proud of you. I'm very proud of you. So, there. Clockwork said, you should hear my voice at Talking Trash. Why? Every time a dude on here says, you should hear my voice. And I'm like, uh-huh. Who was it? I mean, we have quite a few like voice savants, they think. That they like the whole, hey, you like my deep voice. And of course I do the ego stroking and I'm like, oh yeah, it's fantastic, whatever. And I don't know, like, none of them really do anything for me. It's funny. Like, I know that they believe it does, but mm, I mean, are you like a heavy smoker, or do you just have a really baritone voice? Is it like, how's the bass? Like, what's going on? You can't make a statement like that and then just leave it. Like, you got to say something. Hey, Arby, what's up? Uh, you got to let us know what your voice is like. I mean, come on now. Arby, it's my 10-minute break to unhinge my jaw and inhale food. Yay! Yay! I haven't eaten yet today. I ate yesterday. Yeah, we had Spanish rice and shrimp. That was what I ate yesterday. I was like, whatever. And I had like 2 protein bars because I was starving all day. Lack of cause dizziness. Yeah. Lack of oxygen causes it. I know, Heidi. But I'm not going to stop smoking, so meh. Vicey said, my roommate said she'll kill me if I shave my facial hair. Why? I mean, but why? Clockwork Rig said, I am in disguise. The Kurgan. Oh, Lord, really? That's your voice? That's terrifying. That's terrifying. Oh my God. And I've seen him in so many other movies, and he just doesn't terrify me like he does in that one. Beard butter oil. Beard butter oil. The beard talk lately. I know we were talking about beards yesterday. What can I say? Facial hair is important. Lack of it or the appearance of it. I hate when guys grow out their beards and it's all scraggly looking. What? And let me give you a little hint. I like getting my way. I do. And I have a way of saying things to people that could be taken a little harshly, but I'm doing it out of love. Like I need you to conform. So I need you to jump through this hoop that I want you to jump through. So how am I going to do that? I'm going to say something offhanded and you're not going to be able to forget it. And that's what I did to Charles, the vice principal. Well, he was the principal of the school at the time. When we went back from the lockdowns or whatever, everybody was still wearing masks, which I hated, but whatever. It was a school rule. All right, fine. And he was growing out. He tried to grow this like beard, right? Because he wanted to have facial hair, whatever. Because he's got no hair on his fucking head. So of course he grows the beard mustache, like you do. And I didn't like it. And I was like, are you ever going to trim that? He was, I'm letting it grow out. I was like, I hate it when it's all scraggly looking like that. And he's like, I don't care. My wife hasn't bitched about it, but you bitched about it. I said, the fact that I'm telling you it's unattractive and your wife hasn't, that should be a red flag for you. But okay. Like, just saying, Chaz, just saying. And he wouldn't. He was, there's nothing you could do. And then he went and he told one of the other teachers, he's like, Shelly keeps trying to get me to cut my beard and trim it. He was like, but I don't have to listen to her. Wow. So that got back to me and I said, yeah, all right. We went downstairs for dismissal. I went over. I was like, hey, Chuck. And I punched him in the arm, which all the teachers are like, because they're terrified of him. And I don't give a fuck. Because irreverence is my superpower. It disarms people. It really does. Because I don't care if you're the president, the superintendent. I don't give a shit. I'm going to joke with you the same way I would Joe Schmo on the corner. Like, I don't care. And I walked up and I hit him in the arm. And I had my arm around him and I'm hugging him. And they're all looking like, oh my God. Now they're all paying attention. He knows they're all paying attention because all the kids are lined up nice and quiet. And they're, distracted. But the teachers are right there in front of us in the front of the lines. And I'm palling around with him and I'm looking at him and I said, you're embracing the whole mask thing, huh? And he was like, yes. And I said, you look good in a mask. It covers half your face. And he just like looked at me. He was like, you're not going to get to me. I said, I'm not trying to get to you. I said, but are you going to trim that beard? And he was like, no, I'm going to grow it even longer. I said, oh. I said, just because it's just funny with the mask on, because it's, like a fabric mask. I said, they kind of look like bikini bottoms. And he was like, what? I said, your beard. I said, it looks like an old lady's like snatch hair just hanging out of the side of her bikini bottoms, like you need a wax. And I was like, but you do you. And I like patted his arm and I walked away. Everybody heard it. He had nothing to say. The next day I came in, his beard was real short. I said, John, he goes, you shut up. You shut your mouth. He said, I couldn't get it out of my head. All I kept thinking was just old lady snatch hairs. I was like, well, that's what it looks like. I was like, I can't help it. You're going gray. I'm gray. See, that's how you manipulate people in real time. Okay. I told you I'm very, very good at that. Very, very good at that. I try to use my powers for good, though, instead of evil. And trust me, it did look like that. Like it was just puffs coming out from underneath the mat. I couldn't take it. I couldn't take it. If he didn't shave it, I was gonna. And I would have gone to jail for assault, but I would have gone to jail happy. Just, the Amish are cool. They keep their beards short until they get married, and then they never shave it again. Yeah, but don't they shape them or like at least take care of them? I don't like when they're uneven and like you got like it's supposed to have a shape, man. Not just sticking out willy-nilly and like, no, come on. Get your groom on. Like, I can't. Suzanne said, I appreciate and respect winning reality even more with what he's doing for you. Hey now. Well, that is warranted, and I do appreciate that you said that, Suzanne. I'm not that bad. Damn it. I used to be so much worse. Every single phone call with winning, I used to start with the disclaimer. Now I'm a lot. I'm a lot. This is not going to be easy for you. Like if you don't have the fortitude for it, tell me now. Like, but he knew what he was getting into. He knew. But yes, I don't know, he's my rock, man. Like, I don't go to anybody but him. And I'm sure as shit not open with most people when I am with him. Because, I mean, he doesn't always respond the way I need him to respond. But he knows that, too. He goes, not joking time? I'm like, not joking time. And okay. Because he tries to cheer me up. And sometimes it just makes it worse. And I'm just like, and I'll just start crying. I'll be like, I gotta go. And he's like, no. Like, mm-mm. But one good thing about him is that he respects my need to be by myself sometimes. He doesn't take it personally. He doesn't say, "Oh, like I can fix it." He knows, all right, you want to be by yourself. It has nothing to do with me. All right, go ahead. Go take the time you need and then come back when you're ready. It's always when you're ready. He never pushes me to do anything. He'll like, even when he has ideas, he'll drop an idea and go, when you're ready, look into it. I'm like, all right, because pushing me to do something is a guaranteed way that I'm never going to fucking do it because I'm obstinate. Like people like Nick say, oh, I have oppositional, whatever. Yeah, they didn't have a phrase or a label for me when I was growing up. I'm just stubborn and spiteful. So if you try to order me around and tell me I have to do something, you can guarantee I will die before that thing ever gets done. So it's never getting done. Like, don't issue me orders because it's not going to work out well for you. And I don't back down. I might not fight everybody that goes up against me. I might stay quiet and just let you have your say and be like, it ain't that important. I don't give a crap. But once I dig in my heels, you ain't moving me for shit. Mm-mm. I will never change my mind. I will never give in, ever. Like, just, mm-mm. I will literally end an entire friendship, relationship, whatever, just because now you pissed me off and I'm done. I'm never doing that and we can't move beyond that. Well, I'm done. I'm out. And that's it. He's very, very smart in that he never does that. Never. That he tells me what to do all the fucking time, but that's because I like it. But for the like important stuff, he never says, "Well, you have to." I'm like, because he knows my reaction would be like, "Who are you talking to like that? I don't give a fuck who you are." Like, no. Automatically, my back goes up, and I'm like, and that's it. It's beast mode after that. No, he's really good at avoiding that. He's very, very good at. Most people they like to push that button, and then they don't like what happens. Clockwork said, "Did I miss the join stream link?" No. I don't know you yet. I can never send. I can't send people I don't know panel invites, and I don't really do a lot of panels on here. I would like to start maybe trying to do them again, but I don't know. There's so much work and so unpredictable. T-Rex, how you doing, T-Rex? My favorite dino. How you doing? The dino at the gyno. Suzanne said, "Yuppers, I've been using the band the hospital gave me for leg strength. Awesome. Being bedridden for 2 years, I lost all muscle tone. Building it up now. Yeah, you just take it easy though, Suzanne. Don't push yourself too hard because then you're going to wind up hurting yourself and setting yourself back further. Just be smart, and if things start to hurt or whatever, well, just back up a little bit. All right. Take care of you, girl. You worry me." Arby said everybody screens calls these days. No one answers anymore. Listen, my son was mortified. He was like, "How did you live like that?" When I said, our phones, we didn't have caller ID. There was a phone on the wall with a cord. The cord stretched across the whole room, but you had to have every conversation in front of your parents, grandparents. You had to deal with the noise that was going on in the kitchen, with the TV being on, with the dog, with the bell. Everybody knew what you were talking about, so you had no privacy. And you answered the phone without knowing who was on the other line. He said, "Oh my God, how did you answer the phone?" I said, "It's this miraculous thing that they came up with. You pick it up, you put it next to your ear, and you say one thing." He was like, "What?" I said, "Hello?" And they say hello back. And they say hi. If you don't recognize the voice, you go, "Hi, who's this?" Oh, and they ask you, "Hey, is such and such home?" He goes, "Oh my God, you had to go get people for like their own phone calls?" I said, "Get people." I said, "I was the kid in my house. Nobody else answered the phone but me." Why? Because nobody wanted to get up to walk over to the phone on the wall because they were comfortable and answer the damn phone. So wherever I was in the house and I had to answer by ring 3 or oh my God, this shitstorm. Like the end of the world was coming. But as soon as if the bell rang or if the phone rang, you'd only hear one response to both. "Michelle," like I'm deaf and don't fucking hear it. But even the damn dog used to come get me. If somebody rang the bell, but she would into the living room or whatever room I was in and bark at me. I go, "I hear the damn bell. Give me a break." And I'd have to jump up because there's no sauntering. God forbid you take your time. And then, hurry up, before they hang up. They're not going to hang up. Pick it up by the third ring. Okay. But not before the third ring. It was like, all right. Every time, "Michelle." Oh, Christ. Didn't matter. I could be in the shower. I could be in the pool, in the yard. It did not matter. She'd be like, "Somebody's calling." The fuck you want me to do? Like, answer the phone. No, if I answer the phone, I have to talk to them. Fine. "Hello." "Yeah, no, she's not here right now." "Who's this?" "Hold on." "Graham, it's Graziella. Graham, it's this one." And she would literally, my grandmother hated to lie. So she was that person who would step outside the door and say, "Tell them I just stepped out." Can't I just say you got your hands full? You are cooking. Like, what the hell? "Oh, no, because then I have to stop and I feel bad." Take a message. Fine, whatever. He was like, "Oh my God, you had to take messages for people?" Take messages. I said, I had like whole plans. My uncle's friends would call and they'd tell him that we're going to such and such and that he needs to be there at such and such. And don't forget to bring to the, and I'm sitting here dictating all this shit on a legal pad. And then when he walks in, he goes, yeah, fuck them. I'm not going. And he throws it out. So all my hard work for fucking nothing. He was like, oh, see, no. I was like, oh, yeah, the best was, like the, um, oh, what did we call them? The prank callers. He goes, oh, like spam? I said, no, we didn't have spam. I was like, telemarketers did not call my house. We didn't have that shit then. He was like, well, what do you mean prank call? I said, the heavy breathers. People would call you and just breathe that. It's very disconcerting, especially when you can't see them. What do you mean you can't see the number? Well, you can't tell who's calling you. Well, don't you get a bill? Yeah, I got a bill with the number if I made the phone call. But if they made the phone call, no. And they could have called from a payphone. They could call anywhere. What's a payphone? I was like, oh my God. Oh, Jesus Christ. Like, I was like, I would have loved to have watched you and your sister use a rotary phone. I wish I had a rotary phone to install in the house and made them use it because I think it would be hilarious. Just to watch them try to figure out how to do it without making a mistake and how many times they would curse every time they like fucked it up and had to start over. He was like, you had to start over? Yep, sure did. Sure did. I said, if it was long distance, I said, we didn't have 9 or 10 digits to dial. Like we didn't do the whole 1201, whatever. We didn't do area codes. We just, if it had more than the 7 standard digits, then that was a toll call or a long distance call. And you didn't make those because those cost money. So you only call the people in that thing. I said, and all of us were all the same exchange in the beginning. We were all either 653, 656, or 659. That was all of Hoboken was that. And then eventually we moved into like 790, 792. He was like, you all had the same. I said, well, the last 4 digits were different. I was like, but that was it. He was like, and you just used to call these people. I said, I knew everybody's phone number off the top of my head. I literally had hundreds of phone numbers off the top of my head. I said, even now, I could sit down and tell you all the old numbers for the house, for the gas station. We had 3 lines at the gas station. I remember them all. My mother's old home phone. I remember her old work number. I remember Shipco's old number. I remember my school number, the fire department, the police department, my uncle, my aunt, my other aunts, my great-grandmother across the street. I remember all of them. And he was like, why? I was like, because I dialed them like several times every day. I was like, because they would call, leave a message. My girl said, call them back and tell them this. He was like, wait, but they called for her? Yeah, they called for her, but she don't want to talk to them. So she makes me call them back and give a message because she's too busy. He was like, I can never. I was like, yeah. I was like, we actually peopled back then. See, we didn't have all this technology that separated us all. So we had to interact with each other on the daily, several times a day. And it was normal. And you just went with the flow. Like you didn't care who was calling because it was just a normal part of your day. Now it's like, oh my God, they're calling me. What's wrong? Like, no, they just used to call you. What are you doing? I got to go to the store. You need anything from the store? It's like, all right. He was like, oh. He's like, that would drive me crazy. I said, if you didn't want to talk to me, you just went out. What do you mean? The phone stayed home. You went out. Well, how did your mom get in touch with you? She didn't. Wait, you used to go out and grandma didn't know where you were? Yeah. Well, how did you tell her where you were? I didn't. What do I look stupid? I didn't tell my mother what I did when I was a teenager. What are you, crazy? And if grandma asked me, I lied. You know why I lied? Because there was no way for her to prove what I was actually doing unless somebody saw me. And I made sure that didn't happen. So it was like, but they can't get the concept of we used to just go out. And we were just on our own. If something happened, you listen, depending on how bad it was, you could call from a payphone, you can call from the police station, or you can call from the hospital. Either way, you had access to a phone, just not in your pocket. He was like, so grandma couldn't track you? I said, grandma didn't know who I was with, where I was, what time it was, or what I was doing ever from the age of 15 through 19. Like, at all. I said, and after that, I didn't bother telling her anything anyway. He was like, and your grandma? I said, my grandmother instinctively knew. I would walk and she'd go, What did you do today? Nothing. Likely story. It better not come back to bite you in the ass. It won't. All right. That was the extent of what she wanted to know. She didn't want to know what I did. She never said, what friends did you go out with? Where did you go? What did you do? None of it. Where you going? Out with who? My friends. When are you going to be back? Later. Before dinner? Maybe. All right. That was it. That was the conversation. That was the amount of information I gave her, and she was good with that. She didn't care. She knew I could take care of myself. All right, go. Occasionally, she'd get lonely and go, oh, you going out again? Flat lever. You do. You're a fair weather friend. You leave me flat whenever you want. You can't just stay home with me and do crosswords. Like, sure. But he can't fathom the fact that we went out and our parents didn't know where we were. He was like, so what if there was an emergency? I'd find out when I got home. But what did you do? If it was that bad, trust me, somebody would spot me on the street and say, your grandmother's looking for you. Something happened to your grandfather or whatever. You got to go home. I said, that was the network. We didn't have the web. We had the neighborhood. The whole town was wired in to each other. It was from window to window to window to window. It was the worldwide window. That's what it was. Like, that's what they used to get the messages to us. There was no, oh, let me just call her real quick. Let me find my iPhone and see where she's at. No. You know how many times I was like several towns away and my grandmother, I'd get home, she'd be like, what'd you do today? Nothing. Did you go far? No. What'd you do? Nothing special. You need money? Yeah, probably. All right, take money from the drawer. Because she didn't care. I wasn't, what I'd take, $20? I could live like the whole week on that $20. Like, it was so much better. Oh, it was so much better. These kids have no idea. No idea. Look, I went off on a whole tangent because of you, Arby. Thank you. Heidi said, at Suzanne, yep, the therapy exercise bands are great for all areas. I've had to use them because of wasting and strength issues, stupid thyroid and fibro here. God, so many of us have the same issues. Clockwork says we have black bears here. I don't know what kind of bear it is. I honestly don't. It's a mountain bear. Like, I'm not knowing. I don't care if it's brown, black, grizzly. Either way, it goes rah, has really big teeth and claws, and fuck no. They're nice from afar. Suzanne said, LOL, my phone is at the other end of the house, so Harlem answers it, not me. He makes all the calls. Yep. That's the old-fashioned way of doing it. Last said, I know what you mean, Shelly. I'm the same way. I'm busy. I'll check my phone when I have time to check. I don't know. I just hate being monitored. And that's what the phone feels like to me. It feels like I just can't just do stuff by myself. I haven't sat down and read a whole book in forever because there's so many distractions. I used to just sit in a recliner, take my little novel. I'd be like, I'm not talking to anybody until I'm done with my book. And I would sit there for like 7 or 8 hours and I'd get up and do whatever. But I would read the whole book. Now it's like I go 10 minutes and somebody else is talking in my ear and somebody wants this and somebody wants that. And I'm like, oh my God, when do I get to do anything for me? Because when I do stuff for me, it's always choppy. I've been making this goddamn blanket for like a year and a half. It's barely like 3 feet wide at this point because I have to stop and then I lose count of my stitches and I have to go back. And it's just like, what the fuck? Whereas before, I used to sit down and make an entire Afghan in like 2 weeks and be done. Like, and I'm not talking like just standard, like throw like a lap blanket. I'm talking about like an Afghan for a queen size freaking bed. And 2 weeks and I'd be done. Now I can't get shit done. I sit down to write scripts and my mother, oh, by the way, I'm like, can you just not? She's like, well, I'm like, I need to write this. Like, I'm trying to write but I want to talk to you. That's not my problem. Like, you only want to talk to me when you want to talk to me. You clearly see I'm in the middle of something. So what? It's only for your show. It's not important. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Oh, Lord. Yeah, hibernating. Baby bear. I know. Cat Ninja, my problem is I say, oh, baby bear over there, keep it over there. But if I'm outside and I see it, I'm going to be like, oh, it's the baby bear. And I'm going to want to touch it. I am. That's just who I am. I'm going to be like, oh my God, let's be friends. Like, it's all right. The mama will like me. I'll feed her. I'll wind up with a bear in my fucking backyard. Um, Suzanne said, hi to yuppers. It works. I'm thinking one more month and I should be great. Absolutely. And if you can, I don't know how you feel about bikes or whatever. I don't like outdoor bikes. But if you can get to like a thrift place that has exercise equipment, see if they have a recumbent bike. That would help you so much. And it's so easy to just sit in the recumbent bike and just pedal while you're doing all sorts of stuff. You don't even feel it. It's the bike that has the seat all the way back and the pedals way up in front. It doesn't have like wheels so much as it has the belt that goes around just the one front wheel. It's so easy on your joints and it's so good for you. I had one that I loved and the steel band broke. And instead of replacing it, they threw it out and I don't have room for it here. If I had access to the damn basement, I would have room, but I don't. So that's where that is. But seriously, like just keep an eye out. Even look at the marketplace or whatever, like on different sites. Don't spend more than like $20 on one. It's not worth it. Like, but don't get anything like if you're looking, don't get them new. Because the new ones actually just are more uncomfortable. The older they are, the better built they are, the more comfortable they are. And they really, really, really help with the lower strength, with lower limb strength. And it's fun. Nobody chats here. Yeah, they all chat here. They all chat here. You got to just engage them. Shelly, I have stories too. Do you now? Oh, interesting. Interesting. Gonna have to get into that. Can somebody throw? You know what? I can't open Discord. Somebody do me a favor and throw up one of the invites for Discord for my server. And I'd love it if you would join the server. And they chat tons in my Discord. I would love to hear some of your stories on there. Shenny said dishes are done. I'm gonna need a T3 kick in the ass in like 30 minutes. That means right about now. That because I'm what? Oh, I'm 45 minutes behind. Well, I'll give you the kick in the ass now. Come on, Shenny. It's time to work. Let's go. Let's go. You could do it. You're already exhausted, but you have to work the real job today. You can do it, girl. Let's go. Come on. Think of all the people that you get to talk to. And you can talk any way you want. But come on, you could do this. It's time to work, time to make that money so that you can have fun in other areas. Nature, I have nature on me, Detective Monk. That's me. I love being outside. It's just sometimes I'm like, ugh. Like I was telling Winning, I said I really love nighttime because there's still bugs, but I don't see them. If I don't see it, it ain't there. I'm very good at that. Out of sight, out of mind. Like, just, people say like absence makes the heart grow fonder. That's not me. That's never been. I'm not like, oh, I really miss that part. Like, it happens occasionally. Don't get me wrong, but for the most part, once out of sight, out of mind. Because I have so many damn things asking for my attention, I don't have time to pay attention to the things that aren't right in front of me. I don't have the mental fortitude for it anymore. Clock, start streaming and we'll all be the facts of life genre. There you go. True that. Different strokes for different folks. There you go. Oh, and T3, I hate to tell you this, but when your mother passes, it'll be such a hard hurt. I know. I went through it, never got approval, and the bitch died, leaving me wanting still. You'll end up free, though. Again, sweetheart, my grandchildren are adults. You're just a puppy. I mean, It's nice to hear. Especially on those days like today when I got up and I was like, oh, look, I'm a Rice Krispie today. Because everything was snap, crackle, pop. I was like, Jesus. Um, yeah, no, I don't mind being the puppy. It's fine. But yeah, I know it's gonna hurt when she goes. I know. Because even though she's not the mother I wanted, um, she's the one I got. And when people are like, why do you still talk to her? I'm like, because she's my mother. Like, yeah, but she does nothing but hurt you. I'm like, yeah, but she's my mother. I don't know how my kids see me. I don't know if when they hit my age, they're going to be like, oh, this old bat and she's like, maybe they'll take everything I say in a hurtful way. I don't know. And I don't want them to turn their backs on me. I don't want to turn my back on my mother. I keep giving her chances because I believe everybody can be different. I do believe people improve if they want to. The problem is she doesn't want to. I want her to improve, but she doesn't want to. And I can't make her do it. And I can't make her listen when I talk, when I say, you are so inconsiderate. Like, stop talking at me and start listening to what I'm saying. We could have such an amazing relationship if you just shut the fuck up once in a while. Like, just stop attacking me. That's all you got to do. Listen to what I'm saying. Don't take my words as an attack on you. Because that's the thing. She's always defending herself. I'm like, but why? Nobody's attacking you. I'm literally talking about me, and somehow it became about you. And now I have to reassure you. How does that work? Like, that's the constant, that's the relationship. And it's like, she needs that supply, so she'll never let me go. But if I wasn't around, she'd have nothing to bitch about. But she's my mother. Toxic as it may be, she's my mother. You only get the one. I tell my kids that about their dads when they're like, I don't want to talk to my father. Fuck him. He's an asshole. Da, da, da. Like, Connor doesn't want to talk to his father at all, ever. And I'm like, just answer the phone. He's like, why? Because it's your father. He's like, so? He's like, I don't care. I'm like, are you going to say that if I piss you off one day? He was like, first of all, you've been there my whole life. He hasn't. He was like, I don't know him. He's like, I've seen him, what, 5, 6 times in my life? I was like, you've seen him a lot more than that. He was like, not that I could remember. And he was like, yeah, I got nothing to say to him. He's not interested in me. He was like, he only thinks of me like afterwards. I was like, okay. Eddie called yesterday. He called me twice. I didn't answer the phone. Kind of comes in. He goes, is my father calling you? I said, yeah. Why? He goes, can you answer? I was like, why? He goes, so he stops calling me. I was like, I can't do that for you. He's like, why? I said, you're 18 now. He's your problem. I don't have to deal with him at all. At all. It doesn't matter that we're family because, yes, he's my mother's husband's nephew. So my mother's husband is grandpa uncle. He's grandpa by marriage, but he's uncle by blood. So it is what it is. Whatever. Welcome to white trash heaven. Even though they're Puerto Rican. But my whole point is, like I told him, I was like, your father is your fucking problem now. Like, you talk to him. You should talk to him. I don't have to be the middleman anymore. And he was like, but I like you being the middleman. Yeah, I don't like it. Because then he says one thing to me, then I got to repeat it to you. Then you say something back to me, then I got to go repeat it to them. I said, and you both have all these emotions, and who's getting the bulk of the emotions put on them? Me. And I have nothing to do with it. Then he's mad at me because of something you said. You're mad at me because of something he said. Fuck it. Talk to one another. Be mad at each other, but leave me out of it. You're 18. He's a grown-ass adult, although contrary to the evidence provided. But, like, you're both adults. You talk to each other. It was the same thing for my daughter. I was like, I don't know why your father keeps texting me, but you need to talk to him direct. Why? I'd rather you do it. because I don't want to talk to him. I didn't want to talk to him when I was with him. You think I want to talk to him now? All of you need to deal with your fathers. I covered for both your fathers for 18 years. Oh, they're not around because they work so hard. Oh, they didn't do that because, they have the other kids too, and life gets hectic, and, you're not right there in front of them. So, but I'm sure that they thought I always tried to like smooth it over. Do you know how many times I bought presents for my kids for their birthdays, for Christmas? And I would physically put them in a mailbox and sign like their father's name to it and everything. And my son was the one that caught me. He said, "Why does it have a Hoboken stamp on it?" I was like, "What are you talking about?" I was like, "Just open it, throw the wrapping away." He was like, "No, there's a Hoboken stamp." My father didn't live in Hoboken. I was like, "Oh, maybe he had mommy send it." Abuela. And he was like, "No." And he didn't say anything else, and I was just like, "Oh, thank God." It was like a year later, he got another gift, and he was like, "Oh, what'd you buy me this time?" I was like, "What are you talking about? That's from your father. It's not from me." He was like, "Mm-hmm." He was like, "You think I'm stupid?" He was like, "I figured it out." He was like, "You're the one that sends me that." I don't know what you're talking about. I never admitted that shit. Never. I never, ever, ever rat yourself out, people. I never said, "Yeah, I sent you the presents." Never. And I would call their fathers too and be like, "Your fucking son or your goddamn daughter's birthday is tomorrow. I swear to God, if you don't fucking call this kid, I will find you and beat you to death." And they're just like, "All right, all right." And I'd have to call 2 or 3 more times the next day. "It's their birthday today. You need to call them. It's their birthday today. Can you call your goddamn kid, please?" Like, I should have never had to chase them. But I take the blame for that because I picked badly. I picked badly. I didn't necessarily pick them to be the fathers of my children. I just picked the wrong men to just get really freaky with and not give a fuck if I got pregnant or not. So it was like whatever. But you shouldn't have to chase the parent of any kid. I never understood not being there for the kids. I was there for my kids through every moment of their entire lives. Happily, I felt privileged to be there. These dudes didn't. My mother didn't. She wasn't there for holidays. She wasn't there for my birthdays most of the time. And even if she did, it wound up being about her. So like it was never about me as a kid. Like it was very few and far between. I got a couple good memories because of daddy, but with her, the maternal instinct wasn't there. With these dudes, the paternal instinct, it's not there. These are people who only care about themselves and making themselves feel good on the daily. They don't know anything about dedication or commitment or sacrifice. And still, at the end of the day, I'm like, "That's your father." And Connor and I argue. He's like, "I don't get why you keep sticking up for him." I've had bad fathers. Trust me. You have an absentee father, but not a bad father. You don't know the difference, and I pray you never do. I know the difference between an absentee father and a bad father. I had the bad fathers, bad stepfather, but I had a good stepfather in daddy. I had the best stepfather in daddy. But like, I went from my father, who we all know his predilections, to daddy, who adored me and loved me unconditionally in the most wholesome way possible. And then he died really, really early when I was 13. And then directly into having this one as a stepfather who couldn't stand me and got me out of the house by the time I was 16 years old. So like that's been my experience. So I know bad from good. All they have is absentee because they didn't do anything to directly impact them in a bad way. Yes, their absence created a lot of negative scenarios, but I tried my best to make up for that. I failed a lot. But my kids are a lot smarter than me. They're like, no, I'm not talking to him. And I'm like, but you have to. That's your brother. No, I don't have to. I don't have to talk to anybody who doesn't give a shit about me and just uses me to boost their own ego. That's my son talking. He was like, no. He goes, why? So he can pat himself on the back and go, oh, I'm a good father because he checks in once a year. Fuck him. I'm like, wow. I'm like, would you ever say that to me? He's like, I'll say it right to his face. I don't give a shit. He was like, he sucks. He was like, he thinks he's like, the be all end all. He's like, God said this and God said that. He's like, why don't you go to God and ask God if you should have taken care of your kid? If maybe you should have helped the mother of your kid. Why don't you ask God those questions, see what he has to say? Yeah, because you don't want him to give you that answer. And it's like, my son is very smart when it comes to dealing with people. And he has no fucks to give at all. That he inherited from me, the no fucks to give. But I still try to be more sensitive because I don't want to wreck anybody's relationship. I want them to have relationships with them in the future, and I just don't think it's going to happen. But I also don't want them chasing approval the way I have my whole life, because that woman is never going to give an inch, never. And yet, when she does, I'm going to be completely destroyed because any opportunity to get that approval will be gone. It'll be gone. And I'll just either have to accept that or just embrace being a disappointment to her like forever. Um wow, that went dark. I've been trying to hint at dropping a join link, but yeah, no, I don't do those right away. And it's been a while. The only person I really do panels with is winning. But we'll see. I'm open to future things, but go slow. I mean, geez. Shetty Grove said, how about the facts of life with different strokes, the true stories? I mean, that sounds like a porno. Facts of life with different strokes? I don't know. That seems like it would get an X rating. I'm almost an hour behind. Yay me. Time's the only thing you cannot barter. You can't buy more time, and once it's gone, you're not getting it back. If I give you time, it's because I want to. I don't spend my time on what I should do. See, that's what I try to do, but it doesn't work out that way because I have this horrible thing called Catholic guilt. And it works real, real well. Real well. Like, I will stay up all night, lose sleep, just because I know somebody doesn't want to, like, be by themselves. Like, I'm like, oh, you're awake? You feeling sleepy at all? No? Oh, no, me neither. Like, I'm wide awake. And then I suffer for it the next day. Clockwise, right? Shelly doesn't really panel folks other than winning reality. Well, because I got burned really bad doing that. But I mean, I'm trying. I'm willing to branch out, but I gotta lean into enough, like slowly. Uh, only on what I want. There you go. Shitty girl, I'll go along. I hear you. But for a different person, more of two. Wait, I can't read. But for a different person or two than mom and family. Yeah. Lass is good about her time. She's very free with her time. Don't let her like bullshit you. She is very good with like keeping in touch and her time and giving of herself. And you would think that somebody with little ones, little 5-year-old twins would be like so hectic they got no time for you. But if I need her, she always has time for me. Always has time for me. And I know that she's going through her grieving period still. Vicey, I don't know if you realize it, but she was really like she was close friends with your dad. Like she misses your dad a lot. He was a part of her every day. And she also lost her dad. Um and it's hard for her. It's hard for a lot of us. That loss was big for us because I don't know. He was like the grandpa, the dad, the uncle. Like he was a good guy, your dad. And for a lot of people, he was there every day. They depended on that every day. That jovial kind of like irreverence that he had. But yeah, Lass always makes room in her day for me if I need it. Always. I'm good with my chat is good that way. The girls in my chat, even the guys in my chat, if I need to have a talk. But primarily the only person that I really open up to is Winning. Because he's proven I can tell him anything and he's not going to judge me for it. He doesn't get mad at me. He doesn't like he listens and then he's got to mull it over and then I get the opinion. But he's not very free with the opinion, believe it or not, cuz he knows sometimes I'm just talking. I don't want the input. I just want the output. Like I just need to get it out. And you go, "Mhm. Okay." And then that's it. I don't need you to fix it. I don't need you to give me a solution. I'm not helpless. I'm not my mother. I don't go, "Oh, somebody come up with, fix for me." Like, no. Like I usually do it myself, but I have to talk out loud to process it. And so he's a really good sounding board. So, but he knows how to navigate the landmines that exist in my mind. 1776, they are the hardest to have die. You work so hard and you get nothing. Now what? How do you go on without having that direction to know how where you have to aim? Suddenly you're free? What the fuck? Yeah. That's like being in jail your whole life and then suddenly you find yourself outside the gates and you turn around, the jail is just not even there anymore. You're like, fuck, I can't even go back. And now you have this whole wide world where you could do anything, and that place that, bound you and like tortured you doesn't exist anymore. And there's this void. And you're like, oh my God, what do I do? Like, what do I do? That's how I felt after grandma died. I was like, oh my God, I'm so used to like literally being under her thumb. And it's just like, okay, what do I do now? I told you my ex-husband, the first thing he did was like he was sitting at the kitchen table looking all bereft. And I was like, I know she's gone and like I miss her too, but why do you look like it's the end of the world? He was like, we're gonna starve to death. What? We're gonna starve to death. Why would you think that? You don't know how to cook? The fuck I don't know how to cook. I've never seen you cook. No, because it's her house. Her kitchen. You don't do that to an Italian woman, especially an Italian grandmother and a great grandmother. Oh no. If I stepped into the kitchen to get something to drink, it was, what do you want? Because that was her domain. I understood that. She was very territorial. You don't do like we were married 2 years. He didn't know I could cook. I was like, really? Okay. And then I cooked. He was like, holy shit, you cook just like I know. Who do you think taught me? Like, I just couldn't do it in her kitchen. And why would anybody show up and try to create something when the master is right there? It's the perfect cook is right in front of you. Why would I even try to compete? Stop. Like, no. And besides, she cooked for an army. Like, there was nothing left for me to cook. T3, we can't ever let Harlem and your Katie meet up. He's the same way. The only person he doesn't like to speak to or invite is his mother. And that's Katie with her father. Yep, they'd get along great. Rex said, I don't own a smartphone now. I own a stupid phone is what I own. It makes me do all these weird typos and everything. Way to offend your phone, Rex. How rude. Be careful. Those phones listen. I was talking to Katie now. I have all the like Siri things and everything turned off. And yet the other day I said something to Katie and Siri answered me and we both looked at my phone. She was like, I thought you turned that off. I was like, that's been off for years. Like literally like 3 years I've had Siri shut down. And apparently bitch is still listening. I'm like, I hate that. It drives me insane. When Alexa answered a question that I had during a stream, I was in the middle of doing a live stream and she just started talking to correct something I said. I was like, no, I ripped that sucker right out the wall. I took the freaking plug out. I put it in a box, kind of was like, throw it out. I was like, no, I spent good money on that. What are you, crazy? I was like, if I could sell it, like if I can make sure it's completely like wiped and sell it, I will. But that bitch is never getting hooked up again. She was eavesdropping on everything. I was like, oh no. No, 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 no. If I want somebody's unwarranted opinion, I'll call my mother. That's what I was talking about in the DM with reconciliation for ourselves, Heidi said, and not always being able to reconcile with the person. I can forgive myself for a lot of things. I can improve of myself for a lot of things. I can be proud of myself for a great many things. It's never going to be the same as if she said, you know what, good job. See, because grandma did that for me. She was angry at me at the end because she wanted me to have distance so I wouldn't completely be destroyed when she passed away. But when I got pregnant with Katie, she called me at my mother's and I didn't tell her I was pregnant yet. And she knew. She knew something was going on and she called me and she said, I'm going to say something to you and I want you to shut up and listen. I said, all right, because that's how my family talks. And I was 20 at the time. And she said, I love you. You're very smart. You're strong. You could do anything. I'm very proud of you. I'm proud of the things that you've gone through. I'm proud of how generous you are, even though you're generous to a fault. And it's going to be your undoing. It's who you are. She said, I'm proud that you wound up not like your father and not like your mother. You're your own person. And she said, I know I don't say it, but I do love you. And I'm here no matter what you do. I'm not going to leave you. I just wanted you to know that. And I don't want you to say anything. And she hung up. I know what it took for her to make that phone call because my family is not affectionate. They are not open. They are not warm. They are not loving. They are very much the angry, cold, critical, judgmental, nasty people that I portray them as. So for her to do that, I never forgot that she did it. And my mother said, what grandma want? I told her, and she was like, oh, she must know. I said, what? She said, she must know that you're pregnant. She said, because there'd be no other reason for her to say that except that she wants to be able to see that baby. So she right away got jealous that my grandmother did that with me because she never did that with her. Because my grandmother would be the first one to tell you, I'm not proud of my daughter. She picked every bad thing that you could do in life and then left me to pick up the pieces every time. She's like, she went and married him. I had to pay for everything. She went, he abused her. I had to listen to the stories, but she wouldn't fucking leave him. She was like, she went and had a kid. I had to raise it. She was like, not that I don't, I didn't love raising you. I did. But she was like, but you're her kid. And I wound up with you every time. She said, but she likes to take credit. Oh yeah, Michelle, because we worked so hard. She was like, no, I worked hard making you, to be the student that you are. She knew. And my mother right away had to take that away from me. She had to try to steal that from me and say, oh, she didn't say that because she means it. She says it because she wants access to the baby when it's born. Because you know how your grandmother is with babies. Now, there was no reason for her to do that, to cheapen it. And the thing is, I knew my grandmother so well, she couldn't. It pissed me off that she said that about, my grandmother saying it. But I didn't believe her for once because I knew my grandmother. I knew what it took for her to break down and say stuff like that to me because I knew what it would take for me to say it back then. I was not who I am now. I was not the person who sat there and told you all the good things about you. I was the person who bit your head off and then laughed about it because fuck it, I'm miserable. Everybody else is going to be miserable too. Like, all right, the world has been mean to me. I'm going to be mean back. I'll be meaner because if I'm scary, people will leave me alone. So that's what I did. I was tough and I was mean and I was loud and intimidating and I did everything I could to make sure that all the quills on my porcupine body were out and nobody could get near me. And then I just couldn't do that anymore. I couldn't maintain that. It still crops up once in a while because people hurt. Loving people hurts because you're taking a risk. You're giving them the opportunity to get inside your head, to get inside your heart and hurt you. And it's easier to get hurt than it is to feel cherished or to feel loved because you're used to the bad stuff. You expect the bad stuff. Good stuff is always suspicious and a surprise. Always. And it was no different. You know, with my mother and my grandmother, I always expected the bad. And so when good stuff came along, it was like, But when she did that, I wasn't suspicious. I knew where she was coming from. I knew that, yeah, it had something to do with the baby, but it had to do with my peace of mind because she knew that I was going to be in for a whole shitstorm of trouble if I was pregnant. And she wanted me to know, you can do this. You don't need your mother. You don't need me. You can do this because you've been through worse and you got to go into this like yourself. You can't go in afraid. She didn't want me to become a mother and be resentful of my kid the way my mother's resentful of my existence. Like it's my fault that she had to stay with my father. Like I didn't ask you to conceive me. What the fuck? Like I was the innocent bystander in all this. But okay, like whatever gets you through the day, Mare. My grandmother knew. She didn't want me doing that to my kid and she didn't want me to do that to myself. It took a lot for her to be vulnerable like that. Because for her, that was a risk. That's why she said, I don't want you to say anything. Because she didn't want me to ruin it. She didn't want me to do the awkward thing or the, oh, you don't really mean that thing. Like she had something to say. She meant it. And that was it. It was a statement. It wasn't a conversation. It was a here, you need to know this. And I need to say it. And you're not allowed to change the meaning or anything. Like, just listen to what I have to say. Shut the fuck up. And don't answer me back. Okay, bye. Like, and that was it. That was written in stone. Like, I couldn't alter that. And then she tried to come along and be like, oh, she only said that. No, you don't get to take that away from me. Ever. I will remember even the inflections in her voice when she was saying it. Like it means that much to me. And I can barely remember my grandmother's like voice once in a while. Like it comes and goes. But that I remember that entire conversation. I remember where I was. I remember what I was wearing, where I was sitting in my mother's house, the kind of chair it was, the phone I was on. Like I remember all of it, every single detail. And I remember my mother standing in front of me, rabid, waiting for me to get off the phone to find out what my grandmother was saying. Because we didn't do speakerphone. It was the house phone. We didn't have cell phones. Like that wasn't a thing. But yeah, I remember the entire thing. And she can't take that from me. I know she wants to. It still aggravates her. Still aggravates her. She's like, yeah, your grandmother making that phone call so stupid. I don't know why she said those things to you. I know why, but apparently you don't have a heart and can't figure it out. Jaw rehinged. Back to work. Bye, friends. Bye, Arby. Oh, good. Clock. People are subbing up. I got it. Wait. I know I'll forget Do 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 do. Oh, oh, I see something. Damn it, I'm an hour behind. Let me. All right, we got full drinking and half thinking with a $10 super chat. He's blowing kisses and hey, hooligans, stay the course, mama. Jersey gang, Jersey gang, absolutely. Let's see, what do we got for you? Oh, we have the. Well, I'm gonna give you the boobies. Here we go. There you go. But just in case people don't like boobies, which I don't understand why you wouldn't. I mean, they're called fun bags for a reason. But here we go. I love that. I really do. I love that winning makes me all these cat clips. I'm like, oh, it's so cute. You know me.
All I do is win, no matter what.
Nobody ever comments that I put the win with two N's. It's like, really? Because I like being punny. But thank you very much, sweet. Oh, you're so sweet to me. So $10 super chat for the hooligan that I am. Make sure you check out Full Drinking and Half Thinking. He does an awesome stream. That's Trin. He does one with, what's his name? Rody? Is his name Rody? I always, I'm terrible with names. But he does it with another dude. And they're funny. They're back and forth between them. And then like I go into chat and I just kind of like drop it. And I like cracking him up in the middle of his show. Especially when he's super, super serious. And I'm just like, nope, not allowed to be serious. Oh, and there's my mother. Anyway. Lady Awesome said, I responded to my mother with, I'm not doing it to lose weight. I'm doing nursing home prevention. There you go. So I hope that hit her because she's not coming to live with me. She goes to my sister. Anya said, nursing home prevention. I mean, that's hilarious. Be like, no. They don't think of that stuff. We never had the nursing home thing. Y'all, it's my madre. I made frittata. She knows I hate that she listens to my shows. But oh well. She said if you're gonna accept them or not. I'm in the I see stage of their new book, deciding if I'll keep reading or find a new author. And that's the thing. Like I am so judgy now. I never used to be that judgy. I'm just like, if somebody gives me an off feeling, I'm like, nope. I avoid them like the plague. Like the plague. Snipperoonie said, my voice sucks, but I'm a good heavy breather. Well, I mean, I have so many different voices. For those not in the know, because I don't usually like bring it up that much anymore. I used to, when I first got divorced, I had to find a job that paid the rent, paid the utility bills, but that I could be home for Katie because we had just moved back from Kansas because I lived in Kansas for 2 years. Don't ask why. And we moved back to Hoboken and I was all on my own. I didn't have my husband there to babysit when I was out working, to pay the bills because he didn't do shit. He was a pizza delivery man. And 5 years older than me, by the way. But that was his ambition in life, was to be a pizza delivery man. Whatever. Like, okay, when I say I chose bad, I chose bad. Okay? I just did. So I was the breadwinner in the house. I was the provider. So when he was gone onto his next, I guess you call her wife, they did a Wiccan thing. I don't know that it was legal, but whatever. A bunch of weirdos. They only lasted like 2 years, and then he lived in her parents' basement for 7 years after she legit married somebody else. That's how crazy he is. But anyway, I digress. I was on my own and I needed to get a job, and I needed something that worked with her school hours because I had nobody to watch her, nobody put her on the bus. She was wheelchair bound at the time. She couldn't walk at all until she got the third surgery. And So it was all on me. So I needed something I could do from home. Opportunities back then were kind of thin on the ground because, the internet really wasn't a workplace. Like you just went to the internet to hang out and buy shit and to download stuff. You didn't go there for employment opportunities. And I tend to have a really good read on people and no filter. So I can say things without being embarrassed because fuck it, they're just words. And I looked into being a phone sex operator. And I got a job doing that from home at night while Katie was asleep so that I could get up, every morning, get her on the bus, take a nap, do whatever I needed to do for the day, take care of her, and then she would go to bed and then I'd go on the phone, go to work. So I know how to change my voice to all different things. I could be this Shelly, which is my normal voice. I can be very soft spoken. I can be very breathy. Or I can talk in different accents, which I'm not going to do right now. But basically, whatever they needed, I knew in the first 5 seconds, and I could just provide that. So that was a good thing for me. However, I started using it in private life too. So it was a weird thing. But yeah, no, I love doing all the different voices, but the heavy breathing, that's a funny one. That is. Because I know how to just make one teeny tiny heavy breathing sound and I have your full attention. I'm not doing it, by the way. But yeah, no. So it's good to have vocal skills. I have many, many skills. Many, many skills. Oh, there's my mother. Go away, mother. Do. Clancy Brown is the actor. Clancy Brown is what actor? The actor in what? I love that lady. Just the other day, I was telling myself, nursing home in my future, I need to do something. Now I'll hear it as nursing home prevention exercise. We never did that. There was never, ever even the threat of saying, oh, yeah, nursing home for you. It was like, no, we never did that. Like, when our parents or our grandparents got old, they just moved in with us if they weren't already living with us. Italians tend to not move out of the house. We just don't. And yes, I'm an hour behind. But I had a lot to say. Like I said, it's been a bad weekend. So you guys you're gonna hear it all. But yeah, we never thought about putting them in nursing homes. My cousin Donnie put my Uncle Pat in a nursing home at the very end of his life. And he died there. And we were scandalized because we were like, you didn't even go see him every day? Well, no, I have a life. Then why didn't you just leave him in our house? He was living in our house. So you could have just left him there and hired a nurse to come take care of him once in a while. He was fine. At least he had family around him. That's our thing. Your family might drive you insane, but the thought of not having them around is inconceivable to us. And see, I'm not Sicilian. I use that word correctly. But absolutely inconceivable. I can't imagine telling somebody else to take care of my mother. I could be on my last legs and I will still take care of that woman. It's not out of just obligation either. It's done out of love, but it's also done because it's the right thing to do. Why would you ever hand your family off to somebody else? And like my kids, they joke around. They're like, oh, when you're old. I'm like, when I'm old. I'm like, you'd put me in a nursing home now. No, you're still useful now. Thanks. And, they say it teasing, but it's like the best jokes have an element of truth to them. So I don't know. I don't know that I trust my children. Vice Baby said, my roomie is my hairdresser. That's why. Oh, and we both don't want the trauma of seeing my naked face. Shut up. I've seen your face. You're handsome. Stop it. But yeah, facial hair. I like facial hair, but I just like it well groomed. I don't like all the the patchy, stubbly stuff. No. Has the roomie seen you without? Have you shaved for your roomie? That's what Snipperoony's asking. Suzanne said T3. Oh, eating as we get older is rough. I absolutely 100% forget to eat until Harlem says, Grandma, you got to eat something, and brings me a peanut butter sandwich and a glass of milk while he makes himself lasagna. Oh my God, that's remember what Katie used to feed me every day was a grilled ham and cheese sandwich. I cannot eat grilled cheese now. I can't. For like a year and a half, every single meal I had was grilled cheese with ham. Every single one. I am so even the thought I'm thinking about the sandwich and I'm like bleh. Like I never want to eat grilled cheese again. And it used to be my favorite fucking thing. But she'd make herself like a whole big meal and I'd get like this cold like grilled cheese with ham. I was like, thanks for the effort. I only took care of you the last 28 years of your life, but that's fine. Um, Baha Vice, the original, hasn't seen his face in over 30 years. Even he didn't know what he looked like. I can't picture Jeff without the mustache. I just can't. Like he is, you know how you become sometimes a facial feature or a body feature? Like I will always be Bubbles because I have a bubble butt. But Jeff was his mustache. He was the Lorax. Like whether you want to put a LAW or LO, whatever. He was the Lorax because of that damn mustache. I can't picture him without it. I can't. It's oh no, I actually bristle like just thinking about him without the mustache. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. Starship Troopers too. Nice. Some faces just want a beard. That's true. And some of them need a beard. Some faces are better covered up, but some it just I don't know. It adds to their personality or more reflects their personality. Um, last last said thank you for that explanation. That makes sense. I was not wanting to pry. She's never seen me without it, Snipe. Oh damn. I'm gonna call her your roommate. Uh Harlem loves you, Suzanne. Yes, he does. He loves his grandma. He absolutely 100% does. Best not to risk it for a while, then, Vice. Yeah, no. Oh my God, Shelly Snatcher. I mean, I'm just saying, but I got him to shave it to fucking cut off that whole beard. That shit was shorn. It was short. Like he took a freaking he took a shaver to that. I'm pretty sure he started out with like a scissors just clipping and then just took the whole damn thing off until it was like a quarter of an inch thick. It was bad. It was so bad. Last said once I changed saying working out, being fit, losing weight, and changed to nursing home prevention, it changed my perspective. I would think it would. I would think it would. Because now you're not combating some kind of challenge. Now you're setting a goal. You're just like, oh no, this is a good thing, and you're not failing. You're succeeding. You should be very proud of yourself, lady. I'm proud of you. Asking or requesting is a thing. I mean, I have no problem with people asking me for stuff or requesting things. I'm usually very accommodating. Don't tell me what to do. I was able to take it seriously and not be about vanity. There you go. There you go. This way you make it more profound. You don't feel so shallow, right? And this way, you're like, oh, but I'm really working toward things being better. Like I'm trying. It gives you more motivation. It's good. Keep it positive. Keep it positive. I would panel with you, Shelly. Thank you, Suzanne. Thank you very much for that. Same here. My dog bit cousin called. Your dog bit cousin. Hi, Dom, by the way. Who's your I don't get that. You might have to elaborate on that. Paneling with Shelly does sound fun. Oh, it gets dicey sometimes. It does. It does. Shelly is fun with or without a panel. Oh, thank you, lass. I appreciate that. I don't know. We might have to do that one day. Just have a panel where all you guys come on. That might be fun. I used to do panels every day when I did the other morning show, but it got really where he would invite weird people on panel and they would I don't know why they would think they could talk to me like I was some piece of shit. You want to fight? Because we'll fight. Like I told more than one person, I know you're not talking to me like that on my own fucking show. Like who the hell are you? Like why don't you sit down, shut the fuck up, and mind your own business? Like because you want to fight with me, I am ready 24/7. I am ready to fight. I can go from sweetheart to uber bitch in the blink of an eye and right back again. So it had gotten bad. So it put me off panels for quite a while. Um well, that's absolutely she's amazing. Oh, Suzanne, you guys are so sweet to me. Stop that. Gotta run real life getting in the way. Peace. Enjoy. So enjoy. And you said a panel show here and there sounds fun, but I'm great either way. Love me some Shelly and chat, of course. I do pay you guys a lot of attention. So, I mean, it's not like I come up here and all I do is talk and then I'm like, ah, fuck chat. I love my chat. Chat is good. Chat is wise. Chat knows all. I respect my chat because I've seen what y'all can do when you turn on a motherfucker. Oh, that ain't going to be me. Nope. Nope. I have been in Meme Copium's chat and just sat there watching one of his shows and somebody will say something and that chat says something and I watched somebody on panel yell at chat once and they destroyed that dude and he was never the same because anywhere he went they were right there. They were like, oh, let me tell you about this dude, and I was like, oh, see, no, chat will destroy you. They can make you or break you. And I much prefer people to come here and feel at ease and say what they need to say and talk about what they need to talk about and just be themselves. Because I'm not going to judge you. I'm not. With all the decisions I've made in my life, I got no right to judge nobody. Nobody. Like, I'll tell you if you're being stupid. Don't get me wrong. I will absolutely call you on your stupidness, but I'm not going to hold it against you. Like everybody does stupid shit. If I could prevent you from doing something dumber, then I'm going to try. But ultimately, that's on you. And I could be around to, listen to you when the fallout happens that I know is coming. But am I going to like rub it in your face and be like, oh, you're a bad person? No, not at all. Not at all. The oldest set of twins thought crank calls were the craziest thing. They couldn't believe that if somebody hung up before speaking, you didn't know who it was, right? Or they would like, they can't understand how you couldn't just dial them back. Like even star 69 was a thing, but not when I was growing up. We didn't have star 69 till I was like 16. And even then they used to charge you for it. We got charged like, I think 10 or 15 cents every time we used it. And mom would be like, you star 69, I don't want it. I didn't. But it'll tell you the number. Yeah, but it didn't tell you the person. You got the number, but that was about it. And some people knew how to block that shit. I was one of them. Star 67 is a wonderful thing. They can't understand. Like, oh my God, that's so dangerous to pick up the phone and you don't know who's on the other end. What if you don't want to talk to that person? Then you're screwed. That's when you drop something or you break a glass and you go, oh my God, I gotta go. I have an emergency. I'll call you back in a minute. And then you never do. Like, yeah, but I used to leave the house if grandma was like, if she answered the phone, which was very rare, she'd be like, it's for you. Who is this? And she'd say their name and look at me and I'd go, I'm outside. And she'd make the motion go because she wouldn't lie for me. She would make me go and stand outside. And she'd say, "Oh, she left like a minute ago. You just missed her. You just missed her." Otherwise, she'd say, "I'm waiting for a phone call and I can't have this phone held up. We don't have call waiting. We're not rich like that. So she'll talk to you later." And she'd hang up on, unless it was my daughter's father. I don't know how she always knew when it was him calling. And she would get that phone before me. And I'd hear, "Hello? Hold on. Michelle, the Puerto Rican bastard's on the phone." Oh, God. And I'd get on the phone and go, "Hello?" And he'd be like, "I heard what she said." Oh, she knows. She yelled it into the phone more than she yelled it to me. Like, she knows exactly what you heard. That's what she thinks of you. Like, she's not quiet about it. She's so prejudiced. No, she's just honest about how she feels about you. It has nothing to do with Puerto Ricans. It just has to do with you. Like, she don't like you. I used to call random people in the phone book. We used to do that, but not in the phone book. We would just dial numbers and see who picked up. You know how many people I met that they would just dial my house, and I'd be like, "Hello." They'd be like, "Hey, this is such and such. I live over. Who are you? How old are you? What are you wearing?" And we would have full conversations. I once got a phone call from some dude that lived in Jersey City, the next town over. And by the end of the hour, I knew that he was a Guido. He had an eye rock, because of course he did. And that when you do a girl in the butt, she might poop in your car, because apparently that happened. And I remember sitting there going, "Why do these people tell me these things?" Because I didn't ask. That was totally unsolicited information. I didn't need to know that. But he was like, "If you ever do it like that, have you ever done that?" I was like, "No." And I would never plan to. He was like, "Well, if you do, make sure there are towels down." I was like, "Wait, what?" I was like, "All right, but I don't think I want to know this story." Because even like, I was like 15, so I was really like innocent. And I was like, "I would never do that. Like, please don't tell me." And he was like, "Yeah, because there was this girl and she was down for it." He was like, "I guess my dick is too big." And da, da, da. He was like, "And then she wound up shitting all over the backseat of my eye rock." And I was just like, "Oh my God." I was like, "Oh my God." You want to talk about traumatizing? I was 15. I didn't know anything about sex in any way, shape, or form. And for him to be telling me this, I was like, I was horrified. And all I could think is, what happens when you have the regular sex? Like, like what comes out then? Because I knew what had happened to me, but it was different for people who were like into it and consensual. Like, I checked out every time I had to do it. But I mean, I knew that there were girls that they talked about, "Oh, I got on top." I was like, "On top? What are you doing on top?" Like, I didn't know there were different positions. Other than missionary, I didn't know it was called missionary. I just figured that was just sex. That's what it was. Everybody did it the same way, the same kind of like feeling. Nobody enjoyed it. Like, it was just meh. Just lay there and just think of England. Like, okay. Even growing up, when they did talk about like what I was gonna have to give for like my wifely duties, nobody made it sound like it would be fun. Like, my mother was not into it, my grandmother was not into it, my uncle talked about it like it was a chore to get it from his wife. So my whole outlook on sex was very much like, why did they even bother? Like, it just sounds painful and awkward and nobody likes it. Like, then why do you do it? Well, to make babies. That's the whole purpose. You don't have sex unless you want to make babies. Okay. And then there's this guy giving me this, and I was like, "Oh my God, first of all, ew, why would you do that? Why would you do why would you? Why would you? Why would you?" Like, I know how you make babies. That ain't it. Like, I was so naive. I was so innocent. Oh, I long for those days. But yeah, that's what he told me. Oh God. So see, maybe knowing their phone numbers is better because then you don't answer. And he said I was such a dumb 12-year-old. At least you were 12. I was 15. or texting with the Nokia. Oh my goodness, texting with the old phones when you have to press like the number 1 twice to get to a B. And then you had to like each one, it was just, you just had the number pad. That's all you had. You didn't, it was horrible. Some phones you didn't have the like little space thing, so it wasn't always 0. Sometimes it was like a different number. Oh, that drove me nuts. Um, the hello told you so much about the person answering the phone too. Did you hear her tone when she said it first? Yes. It was so different than the second time she said it with a smile. So much. I miss having my phone. Oh yeah. Because you'd be like, hello, hey, what's the matter? What happened? Who died? Who's in the hospital? Like you just knew. You knew. And that's how I know that Winning and I are the same generation because he calls and he knows exactly what mood I'm in based on how I say hello. And I could try to fake it. I've tried so hard to be like, hi. He's like, what's the matter? I'm like, nothing. I'm great. Mm-hmm. You sure? Oh, shut up. I'm like, you don't get to tell me that you know I'm not in a good mood right now. Like I'm trying to fake it. Let me. Nope. No, I'm not allowed to be fake around him. I told him about asking if somebody's refrigerator was running. And if they say yes, tell me, you better catch it, laugh and hang up. They couldn't believe it. We thought we were so clever. Oh, our jokes were so fucking clever. Calling the bars and try to like get them to say like the weird names, like Mike Hunt. Like, hey, I'm looking for my friend Mike. Can you see if he's in the bar? What's his name? Mike Hunt. Is Mike Hunt here? We thought we were so funny. And then you'd hear the bartender go, you little bastard. I'll get you one day. I know. Vicey said, get a rotary phone and see them get rid of their friends who had 9 or 0 in their numbers. Yep. 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 They're like, oh, please have like 2, 3, 5, 1, 1, 1, 1. Like, that's the perfect number. Oh my God. You can't remember your own cell phone number? Snipperoni, do you know that I have to actually physically type it up in the air to remember it? Because I'm like, wait, I know I get like the first like 3 because of course I've had the same number for 20 years. And I don't change my phone number. There's no point. Like if somebody wants to find me, they're going to find me. I'm not going out of my way. Then I got to remember a new number. Fuck that. But I'm like, wait, it's 201 and I'm like, oh crap. And I have to punch it on the keypad, the imaginary keypad in the air. And they're like, are you air typing that? Yes, I do that too. I'm sorry. Oh, yeah. My community was 264 back then. My current community is 788 or 789. Cell phones throw that off, but landlines, awesome sauce. Uh-huh. Yep. See, I just kept mine because my mother's like, aren't you going to change your phone number? I was like, for what? Well, because you moved. It's not a landline. The phone goes where I go. Well, what about roaming charges? There are no roaming charges anymore. Like, what do you think this is? 1995? Like, stop it. It makes no sense. We would also tell people that we were from the phone company conducting a test. Ask them to blow into the phone and say, thanks for blowing the bird shit off the line. We never did that. We did a lot of emergency breakthroughs. You remember those? You call the operator and say, I need you to make an emergency breakthrough. Just because your friend was busy talking on the phone and you needed to say something. And they didn't have call waiting. My uncle used to hate calling phone. Busy. But he made my grandmother get call waiting. He was like, either give her own goddamn phone or get call waiting. So she got call waiting. And then he'd be like, you better answer it. And as soon as I hear the poop poop, they used to make all sorts of weird sounds. They were all different tones for different stuff. It was funny. what you call it? Last said, I have the old rotary phone that my parents had in our living room growing up. You know, the living room us kids weren't allowed in. Yeah, we didn't have the show living room. We had the parlor, which was where I got stuck all the time because they were like, go in the parlor because you couldn't hear shit, apparently, from the parlor, or so they thought. I heard everything. I didn't have to be in the kitchen to hear them having conversations. We had vents going through every single wall, and they all flowed either into the parlor or into my old bedroom. So all I had to do was sit on my bed and I could hear every conversation in the entire house. And I knew that they could just as easily hear me. That's why I never spoke in that room. I used to take the phone with the cord, stretch it as far as I could into the side bedroom, push that door as closed as I could, put a pillow at the bottom, put a blanket near the top to like muffle the sounds. And then I would talk on the phone like this the whole night because I didn't want anybody to hear. That's what we like. You had to be resourceful to be able to get away with shit when I was little. Now they just do whatever. You remember your childhood phone number? I remember my grandmother's. That was I always considered that my childhood phone number. Hers was so easy though. It sucked though for anybody who was dyslexic because they never got the number right. It was so weird. That was Billy's problem. Billy thought that I gave him the wrong phone number. He was all bent out of shape. I called you so many times and it just kept going, going, going. It would ring and ring and ring. Nobody answered. I was like, first of all, the phone don't keep ringing at my house. I was like, you didn't dial the right number. I dialed the number you gave me. And then when I said it, he was like, that's not the number you gave me. I was like, yes, it is. And he looked, he was like, oh shit, yes, it is. God damn it. I was like, and I remembered in high school, he was in all the sped classes. And I was like, oh, you're dyslexic. Only a little. Apparently it was enough to fuck up my number though. He was like, I wrote it down right. I read it wrong. I was like, all right. It was funny though. He thought I was avoiding. He really thought I was avoiding him though because I went out for a beer that night with him. I gave him my phone number. I went home and he didn't call me, and I was like, well, fuck him then. So I went to sleep. I get up the next day, go to work. I'm walking to work with my mother because, of course, I worked with my mother because I'm a glutton for punishment. And we didn't even get to the corner. I'm like, oh my God. She was like, is that Billy standing there waiting for you? I was like, yeah. And he looks pissed and I don't know why. I was like, we had a fine time. I was like, I wouldn't let him kiss me goodnight, but what the fuck? And she was like, ew. She was like, you would, I'm thinking about it, but like it was his first date. I wasn't going to let him kiss me. And she was like, all right. And we're walking and he was all bent out of shape. I can't believe you gave me the wrong number. You could have just told me. Blah, blah, blah. Dude, I've been telling you no for 7 years and it hasn't worked. Like, this is what pushed you over the edge. Like, all right. And then he found out he was wrong and he was all happy. And I went to work pissed off. I was like, how dare you accuse me of that shit? Like, really? I can't. But yeah, he was funny. In San Diego, we have our 5 or 6 area codes. No way to track where they are anymore. So you can't track location and 7 number. It's true. You can't tell because people now they just take their phone numbers with them. My mother's phone number ends in 0666. And she didn't see anything wrong with this. When she gave me her phone number, when she changed her phone number, I was like, really? And she goes, what? It's easy to remember. I said, it's the devil's number. She was like, you're not. And they're like, she just went off on it. And I was just like, I'm just saying, it's the devil. I'm not the devil. You can't judge on that. And I didn't pick it out. They gave it to me. Obviously, yeah, God was having a sense of humor. Like, he was like, here, give her this number. The bitch kept it. She kept it just to be a bitch about it. 1776. I have a VoIP phone. I don't know what that is. It's an actual phone, but it's through the computer. It's not the same. It's for business too. Oh, all right. Last said my dad would give a quarter and put it in the 5th pocket of my jeans. The little pocket. There's the little coin pocket in case I needed to call home or if I went to the club in downtown Nashville. Nice. It's a watch pocket. Not for girls. For girls, it was the call home when you're stranded pocket. It was depending on who you knew. It could also be the weed pocket because nobody ever checked there. And I was a teenager because they had teen night throughout the summers. I remember those. I think back at how in the hell I was allowed to go there, right? I used to go to this club called Foxes. And the Hoboken, well, it wasn't in Hoboken, it was in Jersey City. It was right on the border of Hoboken and Jersey City. But it was in the factory section of Jersey City where there's all like weeds and the train trestle and abandoned factories and old factories. And it was underneath the turnpike overpass. Now, there's no lights back there. There's no police presence back there. There's no people back there unless they're up to something no good. And I used to go there every weekend when I was 16. Nancy and I would go. And we would go around in our skimpy little outfits, and our high heels, completely oblivious to what was going on around us. And I'm like, how were we not killed? I don't get it because we would go there. And of course, there's drugs there. And I was 16, well, 15 at the time. It was right before I turned 16. And I was looking to escape life. So if you had a drug, I was like, yeah, give me. As long as it was nothing injectable, if it was something that I could just throw, like a tab or whatever, we're good. Or something I could smoke, I'm on board. So it didn't matter who you were. I took drugs from people I never knew. They're just strangers standing next to me like, here, you want a tab? I'm sure. What's your name? Like, first I take the tab, now I'm asking what your name is. So it was a different time, man. Like, I don't know how I survived. I really don't. So I feel you. And the fact that my mother didn't know where the hell I was, she didn't know that I was clubbing and taking drugs and everything else. She didn't accuse me of taking drugs until like a year after I hadn't taken any. Then she thought I was on drugs. And I was like, no, I'm pissed off is what I am. Like, there's a difference. I was a lot easier to get along with on the drugs because I didn't care about anything. I was never an addict or anything. I basically spent most of my days numbed up or tripping when I, was a sophomore, which is why I missed so much school. Yeah, the room we weren't allowed in unless we had guests, and even then, oh yeah, that was the one with all the coasters, and there was a glass table in there. Like nobody went in there. My cousins had that room. Everything was white. I didn't even want to walk past it near the hallway because I was afraid. Like I was afraid I was going to spontaneously like explode and just bleed all over their whole fucking living room. It was the most anxious room I'd ever been in my life. Everything was like bright white. The carpet, the freaking tables, the couch, the chair, the piano bench, the piano, everything was white. Nope. I remember both numbers we had as a kid, the number and the business number, the personal number, because parents, small business. Yep, same. Clockwork Rex time. I know, I'm way behind. I'm over an hour behind. You'll get used to it. I'd be the same old baby bear. We don't have them. Oh, yeah. See, Cat, you get me because I'm like, oh, it's a little cuddly. Like I want to go make friends with it, and I'm gonna get killed, mauled by a bear one day, or like a pack of coyotes is gonna rip me to shreds or something because I'm gonna be like, what? I just wanted to give them something to eat. Problem with where I live is when the power was pulled, the phones and everything goes out. Oh, that sucks because they all run on a tiny bit of power. It sucks where I'm at, but I love it. More snow today. More snow? You're getting snow? At least I'm not getting snow today. Sorry, everyone. Been listening, not seen chat for a while. I haven't seen chat in a while. I'm way behind. I got an elliptical machine and a Bowflex for nothing. A lot of times people just want them gone. Yeah, I know. The Bowflex takes up a lot of room. We have one downstairs. I would love to be able to use it because I'm the one that got it, but it's like whatever. Thank you for the Discord links. Oop, shower, then work. I'm getting up. You're joining me. Ooh, rub a dub dub. 2 girls in a tub. Here we go. Don't forget the soap. Thank you for joining Discord. I appreciate it. I say down today. Wait, I'm not in your Discord. Dang it. Aren't you? I thought you were. I'm in yours. Good, the link works. Yeah, Discord is it's hit or miss. Burn down the house. Frank Otter. Hello, honey. How are you? We all showed up in Discord. Trouble in the house. Go ahead, have fun. Go for it. I like when people go have fun in Discord. Hi, the sir. I'm here. I'm getting in the shower. She's getting in the shower and getting to her desk. Don't take your desk in the shower. The wood'll curl. Don't tell anyone I'm still here. Fucking shitty. Digger, what's up, honey? All right, I'm gonna try to catch up as fast as possible. What's up? Let's see how fast I can go through. We got Diggers here, lady. What in the hell's of Tennessee is that family tree of yours? I mean, I'm just saying. Grandpa uncle is a thing. Good to see you. Hoboken's not too far from Rutt's Hut. Oh my God, you know Rutt's Hut? Oh, Sir Frank Otter. Rutt's Hut that's one of Rachel and I's favorite places to go in Clifton. Yes, the deep fried hot dog. When you go to Rutt's Hut, you do not go in the front where the counter is. You go to the back. You go in their very, very little dining area. You get a sauerkraut and chili cheese dog with a side of chili, because their chili is the bomb. You make sure they give you loads of crackers or bread to like dip in the chili because it's hot as fuck. You get an order of onion rings, and you get 2 Coca-Colas from the fountain, the old-fashioned Coca-Colas. And you're good to go. If you want to get cheese fries, you get cheese fries. But that's where you go to have some arterial blockage. Like if you want amazing onion rings, chili, and hot dogs, you go to Rutt's Hut. But make sure you bring your Pepto with you because you're going to be sick as fuck. And then you like fill the entire table with food. Everybody eats. You get the bill and it's like $12. So it's like, oh, okay. And then you leave them a $20 tip. I love Rutt's Hut. Nobody else has ever mentioned that. They're like, oh, there's a Nathan's. Fuck Nathan's. Like Rutt's Hut is where it's at. Oh my goodness. Wow, you just sent my taste buds like having a flashback. And Rachel gets everything smothered in onions. And I'm just like, I'm like, you're banking on the fact that I can't smell anything. I smell it. I just ain't gonna tell you. Like, there's a reason why I'm always chewing gum, because I have this phobia about like breath. And her breath, oh my God, she can knock over a truck some days. Snipper said, I might get busy. So when you get to the topic of the day, this has to do with the topic of the day. There's a lot about losing faith and finding hope. My whole life is about finding hope. But yeah, I will get to it at some point. Maybe. I don't know. You never know with me. It's hit or miss. Deep fried hot dog. It's so good, Les. Oh. And she said, I don't know about that. My cousin invented fried butter. I remember you telling me that. I still don't understand how you fry butter. How does it not melt? I keep saying I'm going to look it up, and I never do because I never get to it because ADHD is contagious. Did you know that? Vice said you're doing a great job being a mother to your children and a friend to all of us. Shelly, oh, honey, don't make me cry. I already cried twice, and I'm already tearing up. Stop it. Thank you. Stop it. Mashup different stroke facts alive. What a title. Oh, love everyone. I got to tune off having issues today and panic attacks and stress. Oh, Sir Frank, no. Well, my heart goes out to you, honey. Some days are like that. Just remember, you got through yesterday, you'll get through today, and then tomorrow will be a fresh hell. So you can do it. I believe in you. I do. And thank you for being here and bringing up that memory, because I wouldn't have thought of Rut's Hut if if you hadn't have mentioned it. Oh, so many good memories. That's where all my biker friends used to go, my truck driving friends. My grandfather that was his favorite place to go. And he was a truck driver when he was younger. Um, it was one of his side jobs that he used to do. And he always told me, if you're ever on the road and you see any place, to stop and eat, don't go to the rest areas with all the regular cars. Find the diners that have the trucks in the lot. That's where you go to eat. He's like, that's going to be the best tasting food, the most filling food, and the cheapest food. Everything else is going to, not be done right. He was like, and it'll be quick. He was like, service at truck stops that have truckers in them is always top notch. And he was right. But yeah, Rut's Hut was one of his favorite places. Simper said, I might get busy. So for when you get to the topic of the day, I admire those with faith, but I have little, especially in myself, having even less faith in one person right now, too. I get that, honey. I do. I get that. It's really, really hard to have faith in yourself. It's a lot easier to have faith in other people, because if they disappoint you, you just move on to somebody else. If you disappoint you, where are you going? You're stuck with you. Like, you literally live with yourself in your head 24/7. If you disappoint yourself, who's going to remind you of it? You are constantly. It's constantly going to be on your mind. You can have grace with other people. It's very hard to give grace to yourself. We are our harshest critics. Anybody with a sense of conscience, I guess, is harder on themselves than they are on other people. There are people out there who think they do no wrong. Those are the ones you want to avoid. I like to watch them from afar because they're amusing at times, but I don't want them in my life. Be safe out there. Remember to be nice to one another. Thank you for that, Sir Frank. You're very sweet. All my dudes in here are so sweet. I got very lucky with my chat. I did. Y'all are the bomb. Vice said, wait, what were you talking about? I was half listening. He was talking about Lady. You can always reach out if needed. Yeah, she was great with your dad. Last said, advice, baby. My father passed last year, and I told Jeff I was transferring feelings to him because I unexpectedly lost my own, and I spoke to him every AM. I'm dealing. Thanks, though. I didn't mean to throw that out there like that. You've talked about it before, so I didn't think it was a secret. I'm sorry if it was. I'm so sorry. T-Rex is back. Okay. We did that one. Thank you again for your $10 super chat. Make sure you sub up to him, because I enjoy his shows. It's a whole different take. It really is. But we like to support each other. I got to make like a tree and leaf. Be well. All right, Digger, you have some fun out there. Enjoy. I'm trying to jump ahead. It ain't working. I'm 45 minutes behind now. It's customary in traditional Mexican families, the youngest girls to take care of the parents in their old age. They don't marry and don't have kids. They are the parents' caregivers. Oh my goodness. So from a young age, I've told my sister, married or not, you're taking care of our parents. And today my sister is single with one adult child. So mom gets to go live. She is your problem. You had it easy growing up because they didn't care by the time you came along. So you get to take them. You're the favorite. You get them. I'm on board with that. My youngest sister takes care of, helps out our dad for several years. Then his last 3, it was my turn. It's those last years that really fucking they kick you in the teeth, because they're not even, if it's anything like what I've gone through with the elderly in my family, they're fine right up until that last year. and then they're nothing like what they were. And it's just like every day is some horrible hell that you have to live through. And they're just so nasty. It's like, oh God, so abusive. Les said, yeah, I prepared my sister. She's hot in the healthcare profession to give our parents the best care. There you go. I know nothing about the healthcare stuff, so the re is a no handoff. Yeah, I figured what you said. I can send you a pic of him with no stash. Stop. No, I never want to see that. Oh my God. I'd be traumatized. When daddy shaved off his goatee after he got burned at a brush fire, he lost like half the hair on his face. So instead of like taking all the facial hair off, he shortened his mustache a lot and took off the goatee on, like the chin strap. And he came out and he showed me, and I had to be like 8 years old. I cried the whole day. I was devastated. It just, I hated it. I was crying back. Like I hated it so much. And now I picture him and I'm like, I can't picture him with the goatee. I mean, I could see it in my head, but daddy now he's, he had the mustache kind of like Jeff did, and he always had a little stubble on his chin because his hair grew in really quick, but he had a dimpled chin. And I didn't know that when he had the goatee because you couldn't see it. And so, of course, when he shaved, I was like, oh my God, he's got the thing. He's got the John Travolta chin thing. I mean, he hated it. I loved it. I thought it was so adorable. Whenever we'd be watching something, I just reach over for no reason, just bop him in the dimple in his chin and go boop. And he'd be like, stop doing that. No, I like it. Boop. But yeah, it was funny. It was deep too. It was a big dimple. I mean, technically, if he was alive now, I would probably tell him he had an ass chin. just because that's who I am. I get you, lass. I read that correctly. My sister was a STNA for a time before dad's health took a turn. I and my eldest sister are in medical in one way or another too, so he was covered. Nice. My husband was very close to his grandma. She passed away when he was 17. I think he still sleeps with her quilt. Aww. You give your hubby a hug for me. Him and that, Eugenus. Dude, he's fucking funny with those names. That is very sweet. Aw. Shelly and I on panel will be a horny string. You know it, girlfriend. Mm-hmm. See, that's the thing. Like when somebody else is on panel with me, I feel the need to kick it up a notch. And that's not always good. And I tend to be a little extreme. Promise me a good time and not deliver, right? Don't promise me a good time. Don't threaten me with a good time. Viewer discretion advised at Gutters Pub. I mean, do you see the things I get her to say when I'm just in chat? Like, you always know when I show up in chat because she answers the same every time. That's how I know it's genuine. Because I hear she'll be in the middle of talking about something super serious, and all of a sudden you hear, Jenny! Hi, darling. I'm like, oh, she switched that shit quick. How you doing? I'm like, oh, here we go. It's so funny. Perks is that boobies. Yep, I gave you the boobies. Cat Ninja, you always ran a great panel, Shelly. Here or there, you ran it. We listened. I ran a lot of panels, unfortunately, because other people would show up and then go to sleep. It's like, really? It's your goddamn channel. Why are you sleeping? I'm tired, bitch. I'm tired too. I've been doing this 36 hours straight. That's another thing I don't do anymore, Cat Ninja. The 24 and 36-hour shows. Oh, no. Mm-mm. I used to do one of those like a week at least. God, I remember doing that. And the thing is, I never did them on my channel, so I didn't benefit from them. That's what put my ass in the hospital because I was so run down. I was never sleeping. I never left the chair. I was never sleeping. I was always online. Uh, when I try to please other people, it don't work out for me. Maybe a little too spicy. We might, me and Gutter, we can get kind of spicy. We can. I might have to learn how to stream. You should. Everybody should learn. Take a chance. You never know. Some people take off. I've been doing this for 3 years, and this is as far as I've gotten. But I've taken like months and months and months off to help other people, and that set me back a lot. And the fact that I won't grift off of people. I wanted to do the thing on that Leticia thing, but just mentioning it triggered my chat, and I wasn't going to do that to them. So I was like, let me think about it. And then I started like really watching like interactions with her, and she's crazy, and I don't want that kind of drama, to infect us over here, like that fake psychosis. Because she's crazy, don't get me wrong, but she milks it on purpose. She knows exactly how to use her diagnoses to manipulate people. And I'm not down for that. I do enjoy watching her because it gives me a lot of insight into when people are being manipulative and when they're faking. Like, she does it in different ways. And you know me, I love picking up information. So like I watch her patterns, and that becomes like embedded in my brain. So I could see it in other people. So I didn't do that. The channels that are covering her, they blew up. They're all over 5,000K each. But I couldn't do it. Nick, at one point when I left the other show, Nick was like, I'll come on your show. He was like, I'll come on your channel as much as you want. I'll bring an audience with me. And I was like, no. I was like, I don't want you to build my channel. I want to build my channel. I want them to be there for me, not because I brought you along. And I mean, not for nothing, as much as like we get along, me and him, his chat, they could be horrendous. Like, I don't want those people coming in here and being nasty to everybody else in my chat, because that's going to lose me the people that actually matter to me. Like, I didn't want all the trolls. I didn't want all the negativity coming in. I didn't want all the histrionics and the ego trips and everything else. I wanted a place where I could speak about my life, talk about all different kinds of things that interest me, which is usually psychological. I'm very into psychological and philosophical subjects, and religious. Like, that's what I like to talk about. So why wouldn't I just have a place where I go to talk, I process my information, and the people that listen and talk back to me are just as respectful or into it as I am. I don't want somebody to come there and be bored and be like, hey, talk about whatever. Like, you don't know. Like, one thing Nick always said, chat shows up not because of what they want. They're there because they don't know what they want. You provide what you're going to provide. And if they like it, they stay. If they don't, they leave. They're not searching for one thing in particular. If they say, oh, I want you to do this, you say, all right, you write it down. And then if it works into what you want to talk about, then you talk about it. But you don't pander. He was like, if you pander to them, they're not going to have any respect for you. They're not going to, hold you in any kind of esteem. He was like, you go there, you talk. And then if they're interested, they're going to chime in. And they're going to chime in with interest. They're going to be present. They're not going to be there just to cause problems. And I took that advice to heart, because I don't, as much as I talk to you guys and I listen and I'm like, all right, they want this, I write down all the stuff you tell me, and then I'll look into it. And if it's going to work, like some things I've put on the shelf for like a month, 2 months, 3 months, because it wasn't in the vibe that I was feeling. Like, when I talk about things, it's because I'm inspired to talk about them. Something trips something in my brain. I go, oh, that's what I want to talk about. I can't plan them out months in advance like some people do. Like, they'll just pick a topic and they just talk about it. No, I have to be passionate about what I'm talking about. I have to want to share insights in it. I have to want to get feedback from you guys. Otherwise, it doesn't work for me. Then it's a job. I never want this to be a job. I want this to be the place where I go to express myself and to learn from other people and hopefully to help somebody, including myself. It started out as just helping me. And then I found out, oh no, you're helping other people too. And I don't need that to be public knowledge. There's just the fact that it's helpful to people gets me through the day sometimes. It pushes me to do another show. Many, many times I want to like cancel my shows. I'm like, I don't have the energy for it. And then I start thinking, but this person said they're looking forward to it. This person already put out a promo. Wolfie. Like today, I almost canceled today. And then I wake up to 6 Discord notifications. And I'm like, what the fuck? And I'm going on all these channels that is Wolfram posted it here. I was like, I guess I'm having a show today. I was like, because he did all this work. So I'm definitely going. And I knew I was going to be all over the place. It is what it is. But I showed up because he put all that work in. That's the thing about being considerate of other people. If you put effort in for me, I'm always going to respond with effort. I'm never going to be like, I don't care that they did that for me. I do care. I care very much. I don't take anything that you guys do for me for granted, ever. So I just want you to know that. Sometimes for me, yes, it's hitch. No judging. Your grandma, she don't like you. I know. Oh no. Well, that's a TMI for a minor, even some adults. Are you talking about the IROC thing? Because it's funny. Listen, people just tell me things. Okay? I can't help that. You're scarred, not scared, maybe both. I can't help it. People just say stuff. And I think like statute of limitations on secrets, like from strangers, has to be about what, 10 years? So I'm well within my rights to say it. Dom said, keeping secrets is a good thing. I think the government should keep secrets from us. I mean, they already do. How many more you want them to keep? I want transparency, damn it. I would rather know and suffer under the information than not know and suffer later for lack of it. Because either way, whether you know the information or not, if it's bad, you're going to pay for it in one way or another. I would rather be prepared for what's going to happen than to be surprised. Because I don't deal well with surprises. I just don't. Like, I don't respond correctly. Sometimes I don't respond at all. I'd rather know than not know. Scott, what's up? My son had to leave his name for an order of food at a very busy time in the fast food restaurant. He said his name was Carlos Spicy Wiener. Poor girl had to announce it over the PA system and everybody laughed. That is fucking hilarious. I am Carlitos Spicy Wiener. Yes, I am. Andale, arriba. That's fucking funny. Hail everyone. I'm on my way out the door. Doctor's appointment. Good luck, honey. Wishing you all the best. Get a clean bill of health. I remember calling the local line that gave you the time. So when my friend called back, the phone didn't ring. It would beep because of call waiting. Click over and no one knew you got a call. We didn't have that. Or that you changed who you were talking to. Yeah. Number of the beast. Of course she is. No, we didn't. I didn't have call waiting until I was 23. And that's only because Billy used to keep me on the phone and Uncle Tom used to get mad. I never used to really talk on the phone as a kid because you had to talk in front of everybody else. So it was like, It was, oh, yeah, I'm here. Oh, you wanted me? All right, I'll be there in like 20 minutes. All right, bye. And that was it. That was the extent of the phone call. Where are you going? Out. With who? My friends. When are you coming home later? You going to eat? Yeah. Or be home by dinner. That was it. OT3. I make my own soap. Oh, it feels so good. If you DM your address, I'll send you a couple bars for your birthday. Oh, so you're Xmas will still be in red. You're so funny. See how I am trying to remember things. There you go. I'll do that. Oh my goodness. You make your own soap? That sounds intriguing. I know Vic was dating this girl that was making candles and soap at one point, and he went and got her like all the equipment and everything to make it, and he said the hobby lasted about a week. He said the first time she burned herself, that was it. She gave it up. He was like, you know how many hundreds of dollars I spent on shit? I was like, you stupid. I was like, when somebody has a hobby, let them pay for it. Don't pay for anybody else's hobby. What if they don't like it? Sometimes it's good when it comes to homeland security of our nation. You think when dealing with other countries, but when it comes to to other secrets, no, that's how Marxists get control. How DV continues. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'd rather know than not know. Shani said, I just want you to know at Gutters Pub, I lurk in your chat from time to time for like the last year. I enjoy the company. You got a lot of lurkers, Gutters. You do. You got a lot of lurkers that I know of. Dom said most people think that way, but a truly strong man does not need to keep secrets. A strong man will just crush his enemies and can tell his enemies he's about to crush them and then just do it. I mean, that's the fun part. I always said that. Like people are like, oh, what? I have to look over my shoulder. You're going to get even. No. I'm not sneaky like that. I don't come at you from the back. No, I come right up to your face and I punch you in your face and then I tell you why. Like I don't apologize. Like if you have a punch to the face coming, there's no need for me to apologize. The only thing I might apologize for is that I took so long or didn't do it hard enough. But I'm not going to stab you in the back. I'm going to fuck you up to your face every time. Every time. That's what people don't get. Like they do it behind my back and it always catches me off guard because I don't think that way. I would rather just fight with you and get it, get it out, get it over with, get past it. But when you do the backstabbing thing, now you're fucking with my trust. I can fight with somebody face to face, have it out, and have a modicum of trust. I'll actually trust them more because they're not being like a little bitch and hiding behind whatever, whatever they can. They're being upfront about it. If you got a problem, fucking tell me you got a problem. Don't go behind my back. Don't pretend like, we're all good and everything's going fine. And when it's not, don't lie to me. Don't betray me. Though I can't come back from those. If you tell me the truth, I can get over whatever you're telling me. I can. It's part of my reality. I got to kind of accept it. But if you go behind my back and that trust is gone, you're never getting that back. It's hard enough for me to trust initially. Trying to give you trust again, that's never going to happen. It's never going to happen. And I'm very upfront about it. I'm like, I don't trust you. Well, why not? Because you lied to me. It was one time. It was one time too many. And it was over something stupid. And if you could lie to me about something stupid that has no bearing at all, you're willing to risk like that relationship over a dumb lie. What other stuff are you keeping from me? What else are you willing to lie to me about? You're willing to lie about the little stuff. You're willing to lie about the big stuff. That's the way I see it. And I can't trust you. And now you got to go. Like, I won't even waste time with that person anymore. So I try to keep it civil and try to stay friendly, but some people just don't like it. They're just like, no, they got to burn it all down. But yeah, if you lie to me, we're done. We're done. Homemade soap. Yes, homemade soap. The government is not truly strong. No, it's an image they attempt to project to keep others in fear. Well, that's the whole thing. If you intimidate somebody into submission, you never have to worry about them again because just their imagination alone will keep them in that submissive state. Because you've now trained their head to always see you as the intimidation factor, as your threat. So they have to react a certain way. They never have to actually back it up. They just have to put that thought in your head and your brain does the work for itself. Fried butter, like a roll with warm butter inside, completely different than what I thought when he said that he invented it to enter the state. Wow, I can't. I still can't wrap my head around because all I think is butter, heat, melt. Right? So it's like, I'm gonna have to look that up. Thankfully Shelly's reading it. I read the whole chat because most people, because I don't show anything visually, only listen. So if I'm not saying who's saying what, you don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Heidi said at Cat Ninja, apparently my multitasking switch is busted lately. That's all right. You get to take a vacation from that. When she catches up, she'll realize how much we appreciate her attention to chat. Oh, Cat Ninja, thank you for that. You're right. See? Listen to the cat. She knows. She knows. Talk about stealthy. Oy. That's my girl. Kicking it up a notch, Gutter said, is what I love about you, darling. I mean, see, and I always say darling the way you say it. When you say it, darling, darling. That's it, darling. I don't know why I do that. Castro! I do. I mimic people like when I'm reading the chats. I tend to take on all like little bits here and there of all your accents, the ones that I know of, the ones that are on panel that I can hear. Sup, Castro? How you doing? How far behind? Oh, I'm only 15 minutes behind. Woohoo! Look at that. I might actually get to the topic. Do you do voice channels in Discord? That's a good place to see if you could do the streaming. I know people can't do voice in D. They cannot stream either. I have voice channels in my Discord because of my bad affiliation with Discord voice channels and the problems that can occur. I tend to avoid them. That's why I don't stop in on like other people's voice channels because I just had such a bad experience with the pond. So I kind of just avoid it. I have a lot of private channels as well where I can go to talk to like T-Rex and Winning, and I used to hang out in there. But for the most part, I went away from Discord because of what I went through because of it. I want to go back some days, and then some days I just don't have it in me. And you said, I'm not one of the trolls in that chat. Not at all. Listen, the trolls that I have in my chat started out as trolls, and y'all know who you are. And then they just wound up staying and becoming staples in my chat. So, yeah. I don't have a problem with regular trolls, but I think we can all agree that Rackets trolls are a different level. I mean, there's a certain amount of permissive meanness that they just assume. And the shit that they say, I'm just like, but that's not funny. I like trolls that come in and they're funny. But if you're just going to go in and just be mean, I mean, for what purpose? What purpose does that serve, you miserable son of a bitch? Like, I don't get it. Like, just be nice. Just be nice. It ain't that hard. You could, that's what she said. But you could be nice and be funny. And you could be mean and not be funny. That's where they usually go. And that's why I'm like, Rackets, you keep your audience over there. I don't need them coming in here calling me all sorts of names. And then I get like into like pissing matches with them. No, I don't need that. He was like, but the super chats. And no, my peace of mind is worth a lot more than money. Like a lot more than money. If I want to make money like on here, I know how to do it. I'll just turn the camera on, aim it at my cleavage, and be done with it. And I would sail right past 5K in a day, I guarantee it. But no. I don't want it to be about what I look like. I don't want it to be about, oh, your eyes or oh, those lips or what, oh, your boobs. No. I don't need it to be about any of that. I need it to be about me. The quality of me that doesn't change. I need it to be about my heart and my mind and where I've messed up in life and how I can fix it and how I can forgive and getting into other people's brains. Because as an avatar, People open up to me a lot more because they can assume my expressions. And like I said, I have a very expressive face, and I make goofy faces literally every minute of the day. So I'm taking you seriously and I'm crying, and still I'm making some goofy grin or whatever because I can't fully submerge myself in the darkness. I can't. See, my goofiness, my expressions, my off kilter comments that I make, those are my ways of staying in the light. To come back to the topic, like, well, even to touch on the topic, that's how I keep myself hopeful. That's how I keep myself going. Because if I really let myself think about all the dark things without any kind of humor to it, I wouldn't be here. There's no way I would survive it. Mentally, it would break me. Emotionally, I would be completely obliterated. And I wouldn't be me anymore. So I can never, ever let that darkness take over everything. There always has to be some type of humor, even if it's dark humor, that I insert into every situation. So looking at me, like, you would see, I'd be completely, totally serious, and my face would be doing something completely different. You're just like, what's that face for? I'm like, I don't know. What face am I wearing? Because it just does it on its own. Like, it's really hard to explain. It's really hard to explain. And being Italian, I gesture a lot, and you guys would be dizzy if you had to watch me talk. You really would. You'd be like, "Oh my god, I'm exhausted. How are our arms like not so sore?" Well, because I'm used to it. I'll have to look into that. You might not believe me by how I'm in chat, but I'm very shy. A lot of us are very shy. I am very shy. Shut up. For everybody that just went, shut up. I am very shy. It's just, you know, not with you guys. Face to face, I'm very shy for about 15 seconds. And if I see that you're more shy than I am, then I turn goofy. Like, because I can't stand to have somebody else feel uncomfortable. So now I have to make you feel comfortable, which means I have to put my being shy and uncomfortable off to the side and be like, da 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 da. Like, I have to bring you the amusement. I have to bring you the entertainment. I have to bring you the shock value that's going to stun you for a minute and then make you burst out laughing. And look at you now, you're relaxed and you can be yourself. Like, I know how to break people down and make them feel more at ease to be more themselves. But in order to do that, I have to put my own unease to the side and ignore it and become this like caricature of myself. So that's what I do. Like, that's one of the reasons why I don't do the camera, because I literally am a caricature of me. It's a defense mechanism, it's a coping mechanism, and it's a soothing mechanism for other people. They just prefer it that way. I've tried the whole stoic thing. It doesn't work. I come off scary as shit. So stoic is not for me. Like, it's just not a thing. If I stop talking, suddenly everybody around me is like, you can feel the nervousness like ratcheting up really, really, really quickly. Like they're waiting for like I don't know, like a pressure cooker to explode or something. And it's just like, no, I do have self-control. All evidence to the contrary, but I do have self-control, because if y'all knew what I was really wanting to do, you'd realize, wow, she's got like killer control. Holy shit. But yeah, no, I am very shy. I am very shy. But like I said, I got to get over it because I worry about other people a lot more than I worry about me. I mean, they're not going to remember me being uncomfortable. They're going to remember me being outlandish, because that's who I am. I'm extra. I'm always extra. Heidi said, T3, I hear you about the trolls, but I'll promote, share about your channels as much as I can because you do so much in your streams for us, more than you realize. It's not that much. I just talk. Gutters Pub, but thank you. Ditto. That's why sometimes my streams are complete shit shows. Girl, I don't think any panels should be bigger than 6 people. Because once you hit that magic number 9 or 10, there's no fucking way you're going to be able to hear anybody. There's no way. Somebody's always cutting somebody off, and you don't let me talk. And it's just like, oh, I don't miss that at all. I don't miss managing people. Like in chat, y'all are so like polite to one another. People get on panel. I don't know what happens. They're so easily butthurt. It's like, you said wasn't talking to you. Well, I was there. So were 8 other people. The 8 other people that I had to juggle. Like, shut up. Like, it wasn't just you. And then there was the whole thing of like somebody wouldn't get an invitation, they'd get all upset. I didn't get an invitation, but you're always invited. How would I know that? Because I fucking told you that. Like, it drives me insane. Panels are so much work. And it's so much easier to get up here by myself and just talk. Just talk about the topic, about whatever goes through my brain, because my brain never shuts down. It's never quiet. So there's never a time where I have nothing to say. If there's a time where I'm quiet, there's a reason that the nervousness goes up, because it ain't good. If I'm quiet, it's because 1, either I'm too hurt to talk, or 2, I'm going to rip your face off. So let me just shut the fuck up and calm down, or I'm going to burn this bitch to the ground. Like that's the other thing. There's no other reason for me to be quiet, except if I'm super, 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 super stoned and I'm talking, but in my head, so I don't realize the words aren't coming out of my mouth. That's happened. It happened to me the other night with Winning. I was real quiet, but I was super stoned because I took a gummy. And I didn't realize that it hit me as fast as it did, because it usually takes like 3-4 times longer. But I hadn't eaten, so it just hit my bloodstream. I was gone. And he was like, why are you so quiet? And I was like, what? I wasn't quiet. I had an entire conversation with him, but it was all in my head. And so I was like, oh, so you know what I was thinking? So I had to start the whole conversation over and pretend like he didn't know what the fuck I was saying, because he didn't know what I was saying, because I didn't say it out loud. But yeah, I was in that zone where I had like a whole 15-minute conversation with him, mind you, in my head. None of it was out loud. And he was just like, you've been quiet a really long time. I was like, I had to stop, because I was like, no, I haven't. I've been talking a mile a minute. Oh shit, I didn't say any of that out loud. Like, that's how messed up I was. And then I talked to him nonstop for 2.5 hours, to where he had to cut me off and go, all right, it's time for bed. And I was like, oh, okay. No, yeah, I'm tired. Yeah, I bet. So see, when he has his shows, that's pretty much his only opportunity to talk. Because I take up the rest of the time. So you should feel very bad for Winning. I'm just saying. I mean, I'm a goddamn treasure. I'm a ray of fucking sunshine. But I've certainly got a gob. Like, I can talk, obviously. And it doesn't leave a lot of room for him to speak. It really doesn't. Luckily, when he has something to say, he makes sure he says it. I mean, he's not like, henpecked or anything. But for the most part, he's happy to just sit there and just let me just. And I test him. I'm like, you're not even listening to me. I'm like, I'm just like a voice in the background. I'm just like Charlie Brown's teacher. And he's like, you said, da, 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 and he'll say it verbatim. I'm like, oh, God damn, he was paying attention. Oh, all right. This time you were paying attention. I don't give an inch. Not an inch. but that's how we banter. It is like whatever. But he gets even with me. Like Saturday when we were doing the show. Now I do the first winning Saturday night with him a month. I always forget. He has to remind me. And we were doing the show and he was like, "Yeah, we're not doing the Sunday show anymore, but now Shelly's going to be doing every Saturday night show with me." I was like, "Wait, what?" Like that's how he springs things on me. And I'm just like, "Oh," he was like, "Which I'm just telling her just right now in front of all of you." And it was like, "All right, like whatever." I mean, let's face it, where he goes, so goes my nation. So he could say, "You're going to be on panel with me every night. You're going to do this every day. You're going to," and I'll be like, "All right, whatever." Like I'm there anyway, so it doesn't matter if I'm on panel or in chat. But yeah, that I thought that was so funny when he did that. I was like, "Oh, nice." Like you remember the last time somebody made an announcement about what I was doing on panel, how that went over, right? But I mean, the other one was negative. This was very positive. But yeah, so it's funny. But yeah, I had a whole conversation with him in my head. Uh T3 Wolfram is amazing and Alpha always. I love all my mods. But I mean, you and Wolfram really like you guys carry everything that I do. Like you're always there putting promos out, dropping links, even for winning, for finding his stuff. I like it when I find a link before you do, and you're like, "Damn, she beat me to it." And I'm like, "No, I just knew what he wanted." Like I said, when he goes, if somebody can drop a link, somebody that particular somebody, that tone, that means me. Because he knows that I know exactly what he wants them to, what link he wants put up. So it's just he's saying it like that to get my attention in case my mind wanders, like it does. Sounds like I should thank you at Wolfram for today's show. Yeah, because it was a bad weekend. I mean, winning made it really good because we watched tons of wrestling and movies, and I got to hang out with his son, and it was great. But the in between when I wasn't with him was fucking torture. So yeah, I woke up a little like anti-world today. Wolfram takes a bow. Yeah. Somebody throw him a steak. There you go. See, she knows. Lady threw you a steak. Nom nom nom. Burp. Mm-hmm. A few hearts behind Wolfie, my favorite online and YouTube chats. Oh hell yeah. Wolfram is the dude, man. He the dude. And you remind me of my stepdad with the "that's my job." That's what he says when I say thank you for anything. Yep. That used to be daddy all the time. And yeah, I'd say thank you. And he'd be like, "I'm your dad. That's my job." Okay. I told him if he goes first, I'm requesting that to be played at his funeral. He said he's good with that. Oh, that's my job. That's my job. Did you check your email yet at Jacob? Oh, all right. I'm not getting into you guys are emailing one another. Oh, Dom said it's the only time his wife lets him out of the stable. That's hilarious. To do his show. Oh, Dito. She knows. That's funny. You guys are so great. All right, I'm trying to catch up. I'm not even 15 minutes behind. Shenny said, "Snipperoonies. I too am extremely shy." Oh, yes, we can tell. Though my mouth likes to run like it's trying out for the Olympics, and apparently it outweighs the shyness. That's the whole thing. You're a lot like me, Shenny. You overtalk to compensate for the shyness. It's like overshare because you make yourself. Like you're like, I would happily retreat into my little shell and just I mean, there's a reason that's my nickname. But like I would happily just cocoon myself away and just never speak to another person. But if I do that once, that's where I'm gonna get stuck. So to combat that, I go extra. And I push myself to not be shy and I push myself to talk to people. Jacob's just a regular troll. There's nothing regular about you, Castro, at all. And even though you swear you're a troll, like I always get so excited when I see you in chat. I highly doubt you thought you were gonna stick around my channel as long as you have. You just came in like, oh yeah, let me see what this is. Oh, I'm not. It's all right. I like it here. I'll stay. Fuck it. Like she's a girl, but I'll stay. It's okay. I said, at Dom, I'm aware we share here regardless. We share everything here. There's no holds barred in this place. We will talk about baking, about periods, about erectile dysfunction, about shaving, about um kids having the trots. We'll talk about good parents, bad parents, siblings. We'll talk about fishing, wrestling, football. It doesn't matter. There's nothing that is off the table here. Because you got to have someplace you can go where even if you have just a random thought, you throw it out in the chat. We all go, what? Like, because you'll derail my whole show and I won't care. If somebody mentions something more interesting than what I'm talking about in chat, I will go off on that tangent and eventually we'll circle back around to where I was. Or we won't. Nobody really cares. Like, I have a format here. You wouldn't know it, but I do have a format. It's just I don't always stick to it because I like to go with the flow. I'd rather go with the feeling of the chat and what's needed that day. I'll ride the vibe, which for me says a lot. But like I'll definitely pick up on what you guys are going through. If somebody's going through something, we'll concentrate on that person and try to like get them through it. And you'll find, unfortunately, that I tend to read the chats and pick up on like any little thing that you guys do different. So once I get your pattern down, I'll be able to see whether or not, like you need, like if you need a booby hug or if, you need just to talk or if you need me to be a little outrageous and make you laugh. It depends. But you'll see it. Chat is good at that too. Somebody can say hi and they're like, what's the matter? And it's in text, which is really freaking impressive. But yeah, this is a good place to be if you just want to be yourself. It's not always thrilling. I don't do sensational stuff. I don't sit here and gossip about people that are on the internet for the most part. I mean, occasionally I'll throw out a mean little thing, but it's always honest. But I'm not going to sit here and just grift. I can't. I can't do it. It might be slow some days. It might be full of tears. It might be gut-wrenching on some days. But I will always try to leave you with a laugh. Always. I will greet you with a happy hello, and I will leave you with a laugh, and everything in between is just life. So, but you're always welcome here. I've seen a guy on YouTube a couple times. I can't fucking read. We're going to try that again. Take 3, Wolfram. All right. I have seen a guy on YouTube a couple of times who uses the intro, I have the face for radio and the voice for print. That was worth it. I have a face for radio and a voice for print. That's awesome. Last said, speaking of self-proclaimed troll, where's Sean D sarcasm? Or maybe he's just Sean D now. I don't know. Anybody seen it? I saw him like a month ago. I said hi to him. I see him every once in a while in my Discord. Like not in my Discord, but just like in the friends list in Discord. Email, what's that? Email. The thing that we all thought nobody was going to have to use. I dare you, show us the tatas. No. Oh, don't worry. There's a picture of my tatas out there somewhere that somebody like showing off. I hope he remembers that revenge porn is now a thing. Because statute of limitations ain't up. Walk right. I dare you, show us the tatas. You're so funny. Cleavage, yes, please. No. I haven't seen him in a while. He's around. I haven't He hasn't come by the chat. He basically was doing that. What is that fishbowl thing? What was that damn thing? That stupid reality show where they're all locked up together in a house. Fish Tank? Was it called Fish Tank? I don't know. He was doing that for like the longest time. Dom is in a regular troll, no bridge. Oh, that's all right. We'll build you a bridge. Oh, well, if you're out there, Sean, you're missed. Yes, Sean, you are missed. He came to my chat trying to be the ultimate troll, asking stupid questions about like Bigfoot and shit. And of course, because we're trolls as well, we answered them and he didn't expect that. And he was like, wow, you guys actually like took the time. Like we gave him intricate answers. He was like, wow, y'all actually answered me. I was like, of course we did. He asked the question. He was like, yeah, but like you weren't smartasses. Oh no, we're being smartasses. We were being smartasses answering you. You just sat here for 2 hours listening to our answer, thinking you were gonna like come in, like poke us a bit and then leave. No. He was like, and now I'm staying. And he did. He stayed for like a year. I am the trolling motor. Nice. Use the masturbate. You always want to be a masturbator. That's the best bait. Use your hands when you talk. I am very, very Italian. Different kind of hand job. I mean, listen, there's hand jobs, then there's like people who sign for a living, which Winning apparently can't stand. And then there's me. And if you can get a combination of the two, then bonus. So there he is. He's a happy boy. He better like signing because my hands go nonstop. My buddy's last name is Bates. Oh no. I would have so much fun with that. I pretend to be his butler and say, yes, Master Bates. Oh God. You gotta be a masturbator. If you're not, what's the point in life? I haven't seen him for a while, but here's Sean's channel. Awesome. Thank you, Cat Ninja. We love us some Sean D. I miss him calling me Trish. He's the only one that I let get away with that shit. He just refused to call me Shelly or TT. He always called me Trish, which has nothing to do with my name at all. But that's what he called me. And now he's not around calling me Trish, and I kind of miss it. He came into chat one day. He was like, hi, Shelly. I was like, what's this Shelly bullshit? Like, what did I do? Did I offend you in some way? He was like, oh, I'm sorry. Hi, Trish. I was like, all right. All was right with the world. Shy? Me too. I'm so shy. Yes, Gutter, you're so shy. Does he run a hotel? I need a monocle. Hey, Andrea, happy Wednesday for you. It's still Tuesday for us. It's Taco Tuesday. Now I want tacos. I hope they make tacos. You see, my mother made the frittata, so that means I have a cold egg omelet sitting out there just for no reason. So I'm guessing I'll heat that up when I get off of here, and then I won't be hungry for dinner. So whatever they cook, I won't care. That's the stratagem. I think he has a Bates Motel neon light. Oh, that would be amazing. I would totally have one of those. How you doing, Andrea? How's everything down in Aussie land? Everything good for Oz? How is tomorrow, lady said. She is Cat Ninja. She's in the future. She's in Oz. She'll post a lot of numbers soon. I love it. You guys are so funny. That gives me an idea for a custom animated emote. Okay. Well, let us know when you're done. We don't want to take your ideas, but I do want to see it. I'm so nice in chat. You are nice in chat. Why wouldn't you be? That's the thing. Like, people are like, oh, I'm not going to be nice when I come to your chat. I'm like, we'll see. We'll see. Because what other people think is mean, I sometimes just think is fucking funny. Like, if you got nothing nice to say about somebody, you can come sit next to me and talk. I might not contribute, but I'll laugh my ass off. I could appreciate a good roast. I agree. Anything is beyond 6 on a panel is a pain in the ass. It's ridiculous trying to keep up with that kind of thing. I'm still waiting for last week's numbers. I know. I could have been rich already, but I didn't make it in time. You need to ratchet it up a notch or two? Nah. Oh, it's T3 speaking of the toad in the swamp days. Yeah, that's why I said I don't really do Discord chats because I don't want to. It's too reminiscent of that, and I'm still reluctant to ever be subjected to something like that again. The fact people whine that they didn't get an invite is why I have a room in Discord. Oh, not part of the Discord, not my problemo. Yeah, I get you, Shenny. Gotta said, if Shelly's quiet, I'm out. Show me your boobs or your attitude. Both I love. Andrew said, whacked by a gummy. Too funny. No, these are my mother's husband bought these at this local shop, and they're 5 times stronger than a regular gummy. Well, did Shelly read the instructions? No, a gummy is a fucking gummy. I'm used to taking 2 gummies at a time. I only took 1. And then after I ate it, I looked at the bag and it said 5 times the potency. Take 1/5 of a gummy to start because a whole gummy will have you tripping. And I scoffed like you do. And I was like, please, like that's gonna kick my ass. Come on, like no weed is gonna do that shit to me. And then all of a sudden, I couldn't feel anything. Couldn't feel it. I'm sitting there watching like a movie with him that ended apparently, and I didn't realize it ended. And he asked me a question, and I didn't fucking hear it. And I had this whole conversation with him that I never had. And he was just like, hello. And I was like, I can't feel my legs. Like, I couldn't feel anything. I couldn't feel like my arms, my legs. I was like, am I breathing? Like I was fucked up. And then he was like, all right, go to bed. I was like, all right. I hung up with him and I'm sitting there going, how am I going to get my legs to work? I was tripping. Like I was bad. I could feel nothing. And if I blinked too like quickly, the whole room went like sideways. And I was like, no. I was like, where's my phone? And I'm like, Connor, FaceTime Connor. Because I didn't want to yell because again, it's 3:00 in the morning. And he comes out and I was like, Connor. He goes, oh God. What do you need? I was like, can you carry all my stuff back to the bedroom? And he was like, because I had like the laptop, because I have the basket, I have the mouse and my drink and, like everything that goes with it. And he was like, yeah, right. And he comes out and he took one look at me and he goes, don't leave the chair. And I was like, what? He goes, don't stand up. I was like, why? He goes, because you'll fall. I was like, why? He goes, because you're leaning as it is. Sit back. And I didn't know I was leaning. I apparently was teetering like on the edge of the recliner. And I was about to go, boop, just face plant. And he was like, just sit there. And I was like, all right, he got all my stuff together. He unplugged the laptop. He brought everything in the bedroom. He set everything up. He goes, do you have to go to the bathroom? I was like, I don't know. He was like, that's yes. He was like, come on. And he took my hand and he like walked me all the way through the house. And we had to stop a couple times because he was like, you're walking crooked. All right, let's just wait. And I was like, oh my God, I took a gummy. He goes, yeah, I figured. He was like, he knows I don't drink. So he's just like, I figured. He was like, you should have taken it when you went to bed. I was like, I know, but I didn't think it was going to hit me this hard. And he was like, he goes, it's all right. Come on. I was like, are you sure? I don't want you to be upset with me. He was like, oh my God, don't start that shit. Let's go. It was like, be funny. Be funny. I was like, oh, okay. Like, it was the weirdest fucking night. And he got me all the way in here. He pushed me into the bathroom. And he was like, when you're done, just come out. He was like, you'll be okay, right? I was like, yeah, I'll be fine. And I came out and he was sitting here just waiting for me. He was like, all right, get in bed. And he tucked me in and he was like, all right, I love you. You're the best mom. And he leaves. And I was just like, I was sitting there just crying. I forgot to tell Winning about that. But yeah, it was so good. He's such a good kid. But yeah, girl, that gummy fucked me up so bad. And now I know like to take a half, but I didn't think it was gonna hit me as fast as it did. or as hard as it did. Snipperoni said, "We do feel sorry for winning." You should. You should feel sorry for winning. He gets the full brunt of my crazy. Winning has a degree in Shelleyism. Oh my God, I said that the other day. He really does. He knows all my nonverbals. He knows my tones of voices. It, still, sometimes he's like, he takes the wrong step, and I'm like, and then that's when he's like, that's when something sweet is done for me out of nowhere. Like, it's hey, let me just do this for her real quick because I missed this part. Like, I misstepped here. But yeah, no, he does. He has a PhD in understanding me, which I gotta tell you, nobody else ever has. Like, nobody really can predict me like he can. T3, yep, and all jokes just being me. You know I love you, Heidi. I love that you guys are here. You make my day. You really do. Castro said, if anybody said thank you to the drill sergeant, he replied, don't thank me, thank your recruiter. There you go. Experts Friday Night Live helped me with being comfortable with myself. Yeah, I mean, Friday Night Live is a little crazy. I've been on it once or twice, but I don't know. It's just there's so much chaos on a panel. You really got to be like in the zone to do that. If you're not in a panel kind of mood, it's gonna all turn to shit really quickly. That's the game. How can we derail Shelley? I mean, you all have degrees in how to derail me. Are you kidding? Are you kidding? That's like saying, oh, let's figure out how to make her sing on friggin' like on the spot. No, like that's Winning's thing. I don't know. He's so good at putting songs in my head without even like trying. It drives me insane. That's funny, Vicey, because expert gave me balls when I didn't think I had them, just by encouraging me to move forward. There you go. There you go. We all got pushed by somebody. I got pushed by a couple people, and I thankfully I bounced back from that. Yeah, he is Heidi. White Rabbit is amazing. I love White Rabbit. I do. I like Expert. He's all right. He can be a dick and he knows it, but I can be a bitch and I know it. So there you go. At least we all wear our true faces. But White Rabbit, oh, I love that lady. I do. She's wonderful. I love that she curses people with dysentery. That she said that on panel when he said the story, and I laughed for 45 fucking minutes. I almost threw up. I was laughing so hard. I couldn't stop because I could picture her in the car. You're gonna get dysentery. You should get this in her sweet Southern way. That's what kills me. Because she's so like, you look at her and you're just like, oh, she looks so sweet. She will rip your face off. Do not test her. She is the ultimate Southern woman. She is sweet as sugar and coarse as vinegar if she wants to be, because she will fuck you up. Do not fuck with that lady. You show her respect or she will show you the damn door and make you regret every step toward it. I love her. Oh, I love the fact that she didn't want to talk to her husband anymore, gave him a microphone and said, go talk to other people. That kills me. It absolutely kills me. When I need a chuckle, I always think of that. Because it's just such a them thing to do. Yeah, we did. I forgot about that. I told him I was in Bigfoot chat rooms. Yep. No rooms, just chats. Trish. Oh, God. You know who I ran into the other day? For some of my old timers that are in here, I actually got to talk to Tish from Tennessee. This was, I don't know, maybe 2 months ago, maybe 3 months ago. I don't know. It was around Christmas time, I think. But yeah, she was supposed to be coming back. I hope she does. I really hope she does because she went through a lot last year. But I love me some Tish. I do love me some Tish, and that's a woman who knows her history. God damn. She researches things unlike anybody I've ever met. Like she gets deep in the weeds. Um okay, so after I read my chat for the third time, I see all the typos, but whatever's fuck it. We don't care about typos. You know I read types or typoes. Typoes. Lady Awesome, I thought Bugfoot and Bigfoot were cousins. I mean, maybe they are. Cool gamer, what's up, honey? How are you? Hope you're doing well. Are those trip mushroom gummies? No, these were not the mushroom gummies. These were just they were just weed gummies, but they were like super super potent. I forget what they're called. And it's a giant bag of them. I was like, how much did it cost them? Like $40 for this bag. I was like, you're insane. But they do not disappoint. And let me tell you something. I was high, like I was stoned off of those for almost 24 hours. It wasn't going away. Like I went to sleep, woke up, no lie, 8 hours later. I was fine. I got up, I took a shower, I went, did all my stuff that I had to do, made my coffee, sat down next to my mother, and I said, "Whoa." And she was like, "What?" I said, "Oh my God, I'm still stoned." She's like, "How do you know?" I said, "Because everything feels funky. Like there's like a layer of like bubble wrap between me and everything." Like, and I want to just have the munchies and go to sleep again. So like I'm still fucked up. And I was high for like, oh my God, almost 24 hours. The mushroom gummies, I have those. They don't do shit to me. I don't know why. I don't know if I'm getting crappy ones or whatever. Apparently they work though because the cat ate one and she was tripping that whole night. I didn't know that's why she was crazy until she pooped blue. And then I had to figure out, oh, she ate a gummy. I must have dropped one. So, because it's the only thing in the house that was that color. So it was like, I thought it was a Jolly Rancher originally, but I was like, wait, a Jolly Rancher wouldn't come out in your poop because they melt. So, you just pee that out, whatever. This was like her poop was bright fucking blue. You couldn't not notice it. And there was no string or it was just food. And I was like, what the hell did she eat that was blue? And then I remembered she was tripping. She was running around and she was sitting on the bed next to me, like on four paws, but like with her back all haunched, going like just. I was like, "What is your problem?" Like she's not that girl, and she was going insane. And then I realized, oh, she was tripping. So you figure one gummy is supposed to be enough for a grown adult. How many times too potent is that for a cat? I'm lucky she lived. She hasn't learned her lesson though. She finds stuff and she eats it. It's like, all right. I took 4 once. Won't ever do that again. Yeah, no, you don't want to take too many edibles. Oh my goodness. Like it was possible on the label. It just said that many was see ya. See, that's the thing. When it tells me like if you take a whole one of this, you're gonna be like seeing galaxies. I'm like, yeah, then I'm not taking a whole one. Because I need to be aware. So I said, fine, bye, bitch. And I took 4. Oh my goodness. Shenny. Shenny gifted 5 memberships. Oh, wait. So winning made the thing for new members. I want to do the new members thing, then I'll do a super chat. Here we go. I absolutely love that one. He shortened it for me, but I absolutely love that one. But this is also this is for a super chat, even though you bought memberships. But I want to give you this.
Thank you for your super chat. Thank you for your super chat.
Little Dolph Lundgren for you. There you go. So we got Shenigram giving out 5 gifted memberships, and those went to. Let me see if I can find them because I am all over the place. Those went to HT, Andrea, uh, Robert Rolas, Rolas. I don't know. It's Robert. You got one on winnings the other night too. Judge Maddie and Suzanne. Thank you so much. Aw, that was very sweet, Shenny. You didn't need to do that. You did not need to do that, but it's very much appreciated. Aw, so sweet. Thank you. So make sure you thank Shenny if you got a membership. I appreciate the support, honey. Hugger bugger, hugger bugger. Whoa, dysentery. I usually do paper cuts or bed bugs. No, and yet White Rabbit wishes dysentery on them. See, now that's real. That's emotion, man. Like, you know how much somebody's got to piss you off for you to wish dysentery on them? I can hear her doing that. I love that. I do. I think she's phenomenal. I really do. She abuses me to no end, and she's very sweet. Like she's a very genuine person. So when you piss her off, you are genuinely pissing her off. That is not an act. So at least you know what you're getting with her. But Shinny said, "Shh, I don't like to gift or give as I don't like it recognized." Well, that's too bad. I read that too late. So, but thank you, honey. T-Rex, hey, Texas Jen asked me about Mimsy the other day. Did we figure out anything? No. I haven't seen any activity on X. Trust me, I looked. I don't know if she's gone or if she's just incapacitated. It could be anything, but I haven't seen any traces of her in any of the places that I know to look for her. And she hasn't answered any of my emails. So she's usually really good about answering my emails. Nothing. So I really don't know, T-Rex. I really don't know. Heidi said tough noogie, said Jenny. T-Rex, there's no way Shelly could be my friend without being able to decipher typos. That's literally your only main language. That's your default language. I got Joe Rogan's Alpha Brain from Sam's Club yesterday, so I'm going to give that a shot. What's that, a multivitamin or something? I'm just giving you a hard time, Shenny. Of course we are. My chat fucked up and just heard Shelly read that chat. Had to leave YouTube and come back. Uh-oh. No. No. Okay, I'm gonna need to know the name of them gummies, please. Will you send me the name in Discord when you can? No biggie, but I need a huge bag of gummies. Yeah, absolutely. I don't think I took a picture of them on my phone. They're on the kitchen table, so when I go out there, I'll take a picture and I'll send you the thing. But yeah, they are phenomenal. Good God, like they're really good. Sniper Rooney said my neighbors offered me a gummy the other day for my arthritis flare. Might have to take them up on that. I could use a good sleep. Here's the thing. Gummies can take 15 minutes to kick in or 2 hours. Do not take more than one in those first 2 hours. If you think you need to take another one, wait another half an hour. Move around. If you're just sitting, it's going to take longer for it to hit you. If you take it and you walk around for like 5 minutes or you do something for like 5 minutes, it's going to hit you quicker. Make sure all your shit is done, everything is locked up, and make sure you're in the bed within a half an hour of having that gummy, even if it's to watch videos from bed. Because once that gummy hits you, depending on what kind you take, you ain't going nowhere. You know how many times Winnie had to sit there while I'm like, I can't feel my legs. Winnie, I can't feel my legs. He made a video from it. Like, he made the whole I can't feel my legs video with Ricada. But yeah, no, because it's not like when you smoke something and it kind of creeps up like slowly and you're like, oh, I feel it working. No, you either are not high on an edible or you're super stoned. Like, there's there's no lead up. Once that shit hits your bloodstream, you're done. Um, so just be prepared. Last said YouTube is asshole. Always, always, always asshole. See, got her. She agrees with me. I need the name of said gummies. I will post it in Discord. I promise. Uh, I don't know why I'm laughing at this sound, but what sound? What sound? What sound? Damn it! Sniper on it. If you don't take it off, then maybe stick with an indica. Yeah, sativa or hybrid can cause creepies anxiety. Yeah, sativa and hybrid can cause you to sit there and decide that you're going to sing an entire freaking Broadway play that you never thought you could sing, and you don't care if you can carry a tune in a bucket, but you're going to sing it and you're not going to sleep before that. Or somebody will say hi, and apparently you think they asked you the meaning to life, and you have to explain it in graphic detail. That's what sativa does, and hybrids usually. So take an indica, and you'll be like, you'll have a Cheeto here and there, and then go to fuck to sleep. Like, that's it. Cutter said I licked the screen a little there. Why not? I mean, he's Dolph Lundgren. Goddamn. Uh, It's like 70 degrees out. I'm wearing shorts outside for the first time this year. Ooh. And it's amazing. Windows down in the car and everything. Yes, this is when all of us get to go outside and be Casper, because you don't realize just how much sunlight you're missing in the winter months. Mm-hmm. Go outside and it's like, oh, the sun is out. That means you're blinding. That's what that means. That sun is going to reflect off your legs the way it would normally reflect off the new fallen snow. Like, I know, I've been there. So nothing personal. It's just fact of life. Like the first month after winter, we all walk around looking like we glow in the dark. Snipperoonie, I've never touched it before. That's a lie. No. I have no idea what they have. Never needed it, but sleep the past month or two has been tough to get. They said they only take 1/4 of one at a time. Listen, my friend Artie used to smoke weed like crazy, but gummies would mess him up. So he would only take like a teeny tiny piece, and he just reacted really, really strongly to gummies, more so than the weed itself, like smoking it. For me, I tend to have more of a physical effect to smoking weed than I do taking an edible. Edibles just relax me enough that I usually just go to sleep. Now that edible was different. Like, I tell Winnie all the time, oh, I took an edible. He's like, all right, so I got 2 hours. And he's like, because he knows. He knows Shelly's going to go night-night. I usually only really take the gummies when I've had, like, bad nightmares and stuff, because it tends to take away my dreams. I don't dream a lot when I take edibles. So be careful with that. But the edible, you can't gauge how it's going to hit you until you take it and go through it, because everybody reacts differently. So what is a quarter that works on somebody else might not be enough to work on you. A quarter might work on you, whereas a whole gummy would work on somebody else. So you got to really experiment and play with it. I used to make my own. That's where I got to in life, where I just made all my own gummies. I made all my own edibles, because then I knew what weed I was putting in them. I always, like, I had certain edibles for certain moods that I wanted. Like, I would have the gummies were all sativa, but like my edibles, like cookies and brownies, were indica. So I would eat like 2 cookies and get ready for bed. And then by the time I lay down, I'd be knocked out. Don't do what I did though once. because I was getting my friend, my monthly friend. I was talking to Winning. I was talking to Suzanne. We were in Discord, and there was a drama going on about something, and we were like all talking about this whole thing. And I ate a cookie. Mind you, I was already stoned. I ate a cookie, and I'm talking to Suzanne, and we were blah, 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 and I was like, "Oh my god!" And he was like, "What?" And I said, "I forgot these are the weed cookies." And he was like, "What would you do?" And I was like, "I ate like 6 of them." Suzanne goes, "How many do you normally?" I said, "1 is enough to get me fucked up." She was like, "Oh Lord." Oh God, I slept for like 12 hours. I slept for 12 hours straight. I got up. I never had a pee so bad in my life. But he was just like, "All right." When it was good, he was like, "I'll just stay with you till you knock out." And I did. I fell asleep while I was talking to him. I was in literally the middle of saying something. All of a sudden, he was like, "Shelly," and I could hear him, but I couldn't couldn't respond. So he just, yeah, he logged me off and was like, "All right, she's going to sleep." But yeah, I slept for 12 hours straight. So you just got to be careful. It's nice out here too. It might help tonight. Why won't this thing scroll? Oh, there we go. Uh, I don't know how I would make it without sleep. I know how I would make it. I'm a bitch without sleep. Uh, I know I've been worried about sis too. She worked so hard on our homestead and she was having such a hard time. Now she's gone. Where? Come back, Iron Rabbit. I miss you. Oh yeah, Iron Rabbit. She's around. She's around. She pops in every once in a while. She lurks a lot here. Um, but it's usually because it's during the day she's moving around. She doesn't really have time to stop and chat, even though I know she's there a lot. Libby hasn't been able to get a hold of Mimsy either. Yeah. That's the bad thing about the internet. We don't know why people disappear. They just do. Um, I take 4 to 5 gummies sometimes to stream. Shut up, Jenny. Do you really? What kind do you take? Girl, that explains a lot. When you start going, you're like on super speed. I wondered the other day. I was like, is Jenny drinking? Because you were just having a whole conversation by yourself. And I was like, she's so funny. You are funny when you do that. You are. You are a hella funny when you do that. Um, I didn't know that you took gummies to stream. That's fucking hilarious. That's what I'm talking about, Jenny. See, I used to when I hung out in the pond, I was literally stoned 24/7. Like I was stoned all the time. And it's really not a good look for me because I'll just talk about things and have no clue what I'm saying. And that's when the real overshares happen. And it because I have no boundaries whatsoever. Like not one. And you said I'd take them in the evening. Right now I have Rick Simpson oil on a few crackers, maybe 2 rice grain sizes, and I'm sleepy. Really? It doesn't really affect me like that. Like it takes a while for me to get sleepy. Like I get very introspective. That's when T-Rex usually hits me up and he's like, "Hey, let's talk about," and he gives me some weird question. And it's like, "I want to go to bed. I want to go ahead, ask your question." Oh, all right. And then I'll talk for 3 hours straight. And he's like, "Oh, all right. Are you ready to go to sleep?" Oh, I was ready to go to sleep 3 hours ago, bitch. Like now all this shit is wearing off. But yeah, he's good with those questions. T-Rex, I can't feel my face when I'm with you, but I love it. But I love it. Oh, what song is that? That Blurred Lines? I can't even remember what fucking song that is. I start watching the Flintstones from the beginning. Oh no. One of the things has Looney Tunes from the beginning and it's amazing. Like it has really, really old cartoons, like from like the 1930s. I was like, holy shit. They're funny. They're so dirty. Like they're supposed to be for kids, but they're not. They're for adults. It's 60 degrees where you're at, Heidi. That means it's 60 degrees here. I don't know. Let me look. It's 69, guys. Ooh, I'm not fucking around either. The real feel is 69 too, so they don't even owe you one. Nice. Breezy and warm with gentle breeze and plenty of sun. Elevated fire risk. Well, we get cash. We get cash. We get garbage pickup now, so we don't have to burn shit in the backyard anymore. That's nice because it was getting ridiculous. I started watching the Flintstones from the beginning about a year ago. Dino was a completely different color. It was weird. The early Flintstones are different. They're different. You don't realize how different the cartoons are from when they start to when they finish. Like some of them, I look at them and I'm like, why do you look like Garfield used to be like a little skinny? It was weird. Like there are things of him being skinnier. And he wasn't necessarily meant to be orange, and then he wound up being orange. But like Oki or Odie was his name. He looked very different. Mickey Mouse was vastly fucking different. Donald Duck looked like he needed to be put out, to pasture. Like he needed a little trottelaquette. Like he needed a broken neck. Trottelaquette, it's like wring your neck in Italian. So if I say I want to trottelaquette, it means I literally want to choke the shit out of you right now. Like, and it's such a nice way to say it. And people are like, and I'm like, you have no clue how close you are to dying right now. Like, no idea. That's why my Italian comes in handy because I can say all the nasty things and they just sound pretty. They sound pretty. I do that to Winning all the time. I curse him out in Italian and he goes, "Aw, you with that sweet talk." I'm like, "You jerk." He's like, "Look at you sounding all romantic." I'm like, "Oh, shut up." And it's just better because I get it out and nobody's offended. Except you guys are starting to catch on to what things mean, which I think is funny. Especially when I see you trying to type it out in chat and I'm like, I think I know what you're trying to say. I think I know. But yeah, they're so different. But Donald Duck freaks me out. His original to where he's at now. He looked like he had mange. Like he looked like a drunken sailor. Maybe that's why they put him in that damn sailor costume. Maybe he was a drunken sailor. I don't know. Now I'm gonna make me think about it. Damn it. Sativa flower makes me clean the whole house twice, and it will still be half messy. Oh God, I'm pretty sure I grow a tail and chase it every time I smoke sativa. I get very musical, I guess you would say. I love to I will sing nonstop on sativa. But I'll also like get up and I'll shake my ass all around the house. My mother's like, "What is wrong with you?" And her husband's like, "She smoked my shit." He's like, "I can always tell." Like, whatever. I started the Jetsons from the beginning. Oh my God. I'm still mad that we don't have our own. Like, I don't care about the flying cars, but I want that made, damn it. And I want that conveyor belt. How that would be amazing. Just go on a conveyor belt. It does all the things for you. You go to the bathroom, you take a shower, you get dried up, you get your makeup done, hair done, you get dressed, and at the end you push a button, you get whatever meal you want. Boom. Bob's your uncle. There it is. And couldn't be sweeter. Where the hell is that promise? That's the biggest disappointment in my life. And if you ever heard stories about my exes, you would know how big that disappointment has to be to overshadow them. Like, but yeah, I want that conveyor belt, damn it. Like, I was promised an automated life. Like, where is my automation? God damn it. Shelly, after winter, we all look like Casper. Looks at his fur. Speak for yourself. Well, I mean, if we're covered in fur, and that's going to be a lot of women, that doesn't mean they look like Casper. That means they look like you and they need a good wax. That's what they need. Captain Kern, how you doing? What's up? Raid. Welcome, Captain Raiders. How you doing, guys? Hope you had a good stream. I'll check that one out later. I have it saved for later. So You would be amazed how many of you have like become my nighttime buddies. I put it on to go to sleep. And I just sit there and listen for like 2 hours. And I'm like, I wonder why I'm not sleeping because I'm too fucking busy listening. T-Rex said, when I was 20 to 25, I smoked way too much weed. And I think it broke my brain because I really don't dream anymore. Okay, so you could do this lucid dreaming thing. I wanted Winning to do this exercise, but he wouldn't do it because, of course, he wouldn't because I wanted it. But put a string or a rubber band, a colored one, on your wrist. And throughout the day, we saw this in a TV show, and I want somebody to try this to see if it works. Throughout the day, look down, touch the band, pull it away from your skin, and say, I'm dreaming. I'm dreaming. I'm dreaming. And do that throughout the day, like once an hour. And then when you go to sleep, if you have a dream, look down because your brain is now set in an hourly routine. In your dream, you're going to look down. Supposedly it brings on a dream and you're supposed to be able to lucid dream by doing this. I want to try it, but I'm not that committed to it. And I know I won't do it every hour because I'm easily distracted, if you can't tell. But try that. Oh, T-Rex, try that and tell me what happens. Somebody try that and tell me what happens because Winning won't do it. He just won't. But I want to know if you have lucid dream. It's supposed to make you dream more, but you're supposed to be able to like lucid dream so you can control the dream within it. Les said, I had no idea earlier couple seasons of the Jetsons, first on the air for adults in the evening hours in the 60s. Then they brought back with the same voices in the 80s for the last seasons. Totally blew my mind. I didn't know that. I thoroughly believe that all these kids' cartoons were actually made for adults. But they were just made in cartoon form. 1, to save on actors, and 2, to draw the kids to watch it. Because they didn't get the jokes. I watch those cartoons now and I'm like, holy shit, that is so not a joke for a kid. Like, some of them are raunchy. They're so raunchy. Like, they're like not even trying to hide it. It's weird. I'm like, God damn. But I never got those jokes as a kid. I never got them. Like, I guess they had an impression on me, but I mean, look at my sense of humor. But I didn't understand them. I didn't know they were affecting me. You want to talk about subversion? Jesus. You don't even know that you're being like programmed. It's like, okay. Like, you're putting all these thoughts in my head that I don't understand. But at some point I will. Something will trigger the memory and I'll remember, and that's going to be my mindset. So it's like, it's fucked up when you think about it. It's really fucked up that they start so early. I have very vivid dreams most nights. Really, Enya? I tend to have a lot of nightmares and a lot of fight dreams. Like, the things I don't say when I'm awake, I say in my dreams, and they cause fights. That's why I don't say them when I'm awake, because I know what they're going to do. Lately I don't know, I've been picking on Winning in my dreams. It's so weird. He's become my foil for everybody else that I'm pissed at. I don't take it out on him in real life, but in those dreams, that poor man. Like, I just pick fights with him left and right in my dreams. And then I wake up irritated. And I'm like, he said, oh no, stupid bitch. That was a dream. He didn't say that. Don't you dare take that out on him. But yeah, it's funny. It does take an hour to an hour and a half. On some of them, yep. But like I said, that one hit me 15 minutes. 15 minutes. And I was flying. I was not prepared. Because I figured I had an hour and a half before so I had time to take my time. I didn't have to, clean up my mess at the table yet. Like, I still had time to relax before it, even started to kick in. Nope. Hit me like a sledgehammer to the forehead. Holy crap. Jacob's on a call. I'm happy for you, honey, but you're still here. Weird. I'm not feeling 69. Not fair. Aw. That's a shame. What happens when you use scissors? Anyway, T-Rex. Oh my goodness, that reminds me. The trash service tried to refuse a service because we threw away the pickups in a trash can. So my dad called him and said I was in the hospital and my kids were just trying to get rid of the trash. He threw us under the bus and used his heart attack as an excuse. Was that the first time? It won't be the last. It won't. No. That is one thing I have learned about people who have had any type of heart surgery. They will use that at their discretion, but they will use it. They will milk that bitch forever. It doesn't, they'll even show you their scar at some point and be like, you see this? Do you know what I've lived through to get? I think you could go do this one little thing since I lived through this. Trust me, it's coming right down the road. I could see it. I see it. Go to pub. Tell us your address and we'll send you someone over. Don't do it. Don't do it. She got her, honey. Pig guts, not pickups. Oh my God. You put pig guts in the trash? Blech. That's gross. I was wondering if pickups was code for trail. I thought that's what it was, that he just had like extra bags or something. I was very confused. You're not alone in you. That maid will turn on you. She gonna get a mind of her own to make you clean the house. Unplug that bitch. She got to recharge at some point. Gutter said, I'm in Oregon. I'm cast for 365 days a year. Because it does nothing but rain by you, right? T-Rex said, I've tried lucid dreaming when I was in high school. I didn't like it because I ended up having multiple awakenings. Is that what you're calling it? And also sleep paralysis. Mm-hmm. He had little debts. He had a bunch of little debts in his sleep and got visited by the old hag, scariest shit ever. I mean, if you were having like wet dreams with an old hag, I mean, that's on you. Do you, boo? How's that rash doing? Did it spread? I hope not. Dom said you could look at the Bates custom emote on a live stream chat I have up and running. Okay, awesome. Somebody do me a favor. You know I can't click on links when I'm in StreamYard. Can somebody grab that? It's at 4:19 p.m. Dom Man in T1. Dominant? Is that what dominant? Dominant one is your name. Oh, all right. If you do say so yourself. But can somebody grab that link and just DM it to me in Discord? Because you know I will never find it. You lucid dream regularly, Castro? That must be awesome. I almost never lucid dream that I know of. Not the definition that was given to me. I control most of my dreams. It's the ones that I can't control that scare the hell out of me. The ones like where I'm driving a car and I can't steer. Like no matter what way I push the steering wheel, the car goes where the fuck it wants to go, or the brake doesn't work. Or when I'm running away from something in a dream and like my feet are literally getting stuck to the floor, or I keep tripping, or my legs are now made of rubber so I can't run. Like I hate those dreams. Ones where I lose my teeth. Those are the worst. Those are the absolute worst. Castro, I gotta roll. Talk to you later. Yeah, I'm gonna have to wrap this up. It's 4.5 hours and I didn't say shit. If I dream, I'm unaware. Heidi said, unfortunately, it's only terrors that I sometimes remember. Yeah, I remember all my bad dreams. All of them. And it's just, I would much rather not remember those. But sometimes I'll have a good dream and I'll remember bits and pieces. But it's very rare that my mind gives me happy dreams. Because I put all that stuff out here on the regular. The stuff that I bury in my head is the stuff that when I go to sleep, my brain is still thinking about it. And it's like, let's play this tune. And it's like, great, thanks. Quasi sleep paralysis nights are hell. I can imagine. I can imagine. I've only had that happen a couple times, and it was terrifying. In the back seat. What? Where were you in the back seat, dirty girl? What were you doing? Stop it. T3, I was making a custom emote for Jacob, but he ain't got time. I mean, he'll come back to it. He will. in your MERS and nobody is driving. That's a recurrent one. Oh, you're in the back seat and nobody is driving? Ugh. You think your life is out of control and you don't get a say? That's what that dream means. Why the self-driving cars freak you out? Because you want to be in control of your life. Because when other people drive your emotions, you make bad decisions and bad things happen. So you don't like the self-driving cars. You want to be the one at the wheel so that you have control, so that if anything happens, since you're going to blame yourself anyway, if you're the one driving, you're the one that you can blame in a fair way, so it doesn't make you feel bad. But yeah, a self-driving car, I saw that. Thank you, Heidi. Self-driving car just means that other people are in control of your destiny and your life, and you don't like it. I'm very good at dream interpretation. I've always been very good at seeing what they mean, because all I do is interpret what you people do all day long anyway. So your dreams aren't very different. Oh, you sent it to me too? Let me see. Oh, yep, sure did. Thank you. You guys are so good to me. So guess what? We'll be talking about faith on Thursday. I will get to this goddamn topic. I mean, we touched on it a lot. This was like the lead up, because a lot of the lead up for the faith thing that I was thinking about was the whole self-sabotage thing. One of the reasons that we get hopeless is because we set ourselves up to fail. Because if we set ourselves up to fail, like I just told Inya, we can honestly take the blame and just put it on us, and we can scrap it. Like we give into the fear of, see, I knew that was going to happen. Or see, I knew that I couldn't do it. Because it's your self-fulfilling prophecy. It's one of the reasons why whenever I did a tarot card reading, I would tell people, because they'd get nervous and say, oh, I'm afraid of what you're going to see. Don't be afraid. I don't see anything bad in the cards that I'm going to tell you about. And they're like, you don't see bad? No, I don't see any reason to tell you anything bad that I see in the cards. Because if I do, before I tell you, it's a possibility. Once I tell you, it's a probability. Because you're going to be looking out for it, trying to avoid it, and inadvertently stepping right into it and living it out 100% and a little extra. I don't tell people of possible pitfalls that I see coming up in the cards, because they will always make that shit come true. So much like when I draw, I don't draw the object I'm looking at. I draw the negative space around it, because that's what the most influential to a picture, to a person, is what surrounds them, not what they have inside. It's not the actual thing itself. It's what's surrounding them at the time. So when I look at the tarot cards, if I see something bad, I'm not going to tell you that. I'm going to look around and see what caused it, what the alternative to that is, and I'm going to push you, much like Yuri, in the direction I want you to go. So I'm going to tell you the good things that I see, and I'm going to tell you the opposite of the bad. Because if there's bad, there's always a flip side to that coin. I will tell you that part, and that's the part you're going to focus on. You're going to forget about the negative stuff. You're not even going to think about it. You're going to think this is a positive, and that's what you're going to move toward. So Yuri talks about, like, when your enemy does this. I think that's good for anybody. If you see somebody going in one direction and you want them to get to a certain place, let them keep going in their direction, but gently nudge them to the direction you want them to change into. Because if you put this goalpost over here and you say, absolutely at no point do you push this, do you touch this, don't go near it, they're going to go, okay. They're going to be so focused on avoiding it, they're going to run face first right into it. Wrap themselves around it and make it their own. That's why I don't tell people negative stuff. Because what's the point? They know it. They know it's there. Why give them something to obsess over? Because then that one little negative thing becomes this huge monstrosity and it becomes a burden. So don't do that to people. Don't put the negativity in there. If you put positivity in there, you can counter anything else the universe is trying to throw at them. So that's how I tend to view life. I don't like to lean into the negative. I really don't. This house is all negative. It drives me insane. That's why I'm so unhappy. Because it's like, no, like I want to sing through my whole life. I want to go around just singing show tunes and commercials and whatever, because that's my happy, like, go with the flow place. That's my bookmark that I always default to. I always go back to that and go, oh, no, I don't like this. Go back to the beginning. Yeah. Go back to your default setting. Okay, la 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 la. Because if I don't do that, I will slip into like a depression that can last for weeks sometimes. Most of my depressing spirals last 2 to 3 days. But those are 2 to 3 days where I can't move, I can't speak, I can't function at all. And I don't like being that person. I don't like not interacting with life. At that point, I'm just breathing my way through life. Sometimes you do need that. But for the most part, I want to be positive. I want to, be chipper and, I want to make people laugh. So that's what that is. Heidi said, gotta go. Ride is here. I'll see you on the flip side. I will see you later tonight. Later tonight, I will see you in Winnings chat. Dominant said, I find that interesting about people that fail because I can do almost everything. If the first thing fails, I just find another way. Yeah. And see, that's the thing. I don't like when people tell me I can't do something. But I also don't like it when they tell me I can, because the only person who could judge if I can or can't do something is me. Because I truly believe that if I want to do it, I'll find a way. Like, you're not going to stop me from doing something I truly want to do. And you can't tell me that I can't do it, because I think I'm capable of pretty much anything. And yet the fear of failure is always there. That holds me back sometimes. Most of the times I'm like, yeah, I failed. Fuck it. Oh, well. Try again. If at first you don't succeed, try again. Drunks run right into flashing lights on cops' car. It's true. It's true. How bad is it? I mean, my mother never understood this. I used to say, just if you see a cop on the highway, just ignore it. Just drive regular. But I can't. He's right there. I was like, anytime you want to not look suspicious, you make yourself look suspicious. You literally draw attention straight to yourself. That's why people are like, oh, you're suspicious. What do you have to? I was being absolutely normal. No, you thought you were being normal. The way to be normal is to not give a fuck. Just do you. Just do whatever the fuck you want to do. And if I used to look cops in the face and be like, hey, what's up? And I'd be doing highly illegal shit. But as long as I was like, hey, what's up? Make eye contact. They're like, this bitch is aggressive. Like they wanted to stay away from me. I was like, all right. Like, come here, come over here. No, I'm busy. Oh, come here, come hang out. No, I gotta go. Okay. Like, I can get rid of a cop in a heartbeat. 4 times a char. See you later. I know. I'm going. It's been, what is it? It's 4:30. All right. Maybe I'll do a stream tomorrow. I'm not making any promises, but maybe I'll do a stream tomorrow to cover a little bit more of this. But yeah, self-sabotage has a lot to do with the whole losing faith, because you lose faith in yourself. And then when you lose faith in yourself, you start to lose faith in everything around you. And the best way to combat that is to remember that there are good things. There are good things in life. You deserve good things, and everything goes around. The same way the bad cycles around, so does the good. You're not going to get just one or the other. There's always going to be a mix. The best thing you could do is hope for balance. That's what you push for. But we're going to talk about a couple ways that you could actually up the hope in your life and not do it in a Pollyanna kind of unhinged way. Like, be realistic. Being pragmatic actually gives you a bigger chance to have more hope in your life, because you're being more practical about things. You're not fantasizing. You're not romanticizing. You're not making things out to be bigger than You're not making things out to be better than they are. You're dealing with the reality of what's in front of you and you're making the most of it. And a lot of us don't do that. Our brains just take off and our imaginations go wild, and that could trip you up a whole lot. It doesn't foster real hope. It fosters fake hope, and it breeds disappointment for later. So either tomorrow or Thursday, we'll talk about that. Peace. Thank you for coming by, Dominant. And lady, good or bad, what goes around comes around. Yep. Life is like a box of chocolate. No matter what you do, your ass is going to get fat. That's just how it goes. Anyway, thank you guys for being here and for putting up with my shenanigans. See, shenanigans. All right. I love you guys. You take care, and I will see you in the funny papers. Bye.
Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. 4 a.m. at a diner, stop singing, living on a
And doggone it, people like me.
I'm thinking maybe you're a Jersey girl with all those highlights in your hair. No other girl can move like you. We pump our fists, damn right it's true. And I don't care what they might say, they'll never get us anyway. So be my Jersey girl, and take a little ride with me tonight. And let's get dirty, girl. I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. The way you turn it up, turn me on, and then you take it off. Make it hot, make it loud, we'll wake the whole town. Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside.
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.